Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It is June 1st, 2021, and today we are interviewing one of my favorite humans, and I mean that. We're interviewing someone super special, and it's going to be a very epic interview. His name is Kyle Ashworth. Hey, Kyle, welcome.
Thank you, John.
Thanks for joining us.
I'm excited to be here.
Yeah.
And I'm excited that you remembered my last name.
I know. Were you watching yesterday? My brain just kind of has moments. I've seen your moments already, and I'm only 51. Anyway, thanks for busting my chops about that.
Hey, that's what friends are for.
So Kyle Ashworth is amazing in so many ways. He is a real estate developer here in Utah, but I got to know Kyle on our trip to Bill Real's excommunication. But is that right?
Yeah, that was a few years ago.
Yeah, a few years ago. But Kyle is known more broadly for being the host of Latter Gay Stories Podcast. For those of you who don't know, let me back up. So it's Pride Week here in the Pride Month here in the United States. It's Pride Week here in Utah. And Kyle is the host of Latter Gay Stories Podcast. But Kyle is so much more than just a gay man. In his story, he's just a human who's extremely intelligent, very insightful, very wise, very diplomatic. And just to kind of give a tiny bit of backstory, when I really wanted to help generate content around LGBTQ things within Mormonism, I started a podcast many, many years ago called Gay Mormon Stories. I convinced my cousin Daniel Parkinson to kind of lead that up, and he led it for a long time. Dozens and dozens of episodes got created, and then Daniel was ready to move on. So Gay Mormon Stories kind of got parked. And then after I met Kyle and got to know him, he wanted to kind of either revive it or do his own thing. And what I did is I did my best to kind of hand over the reins of Gay Mormon Stories. He rebranded it and relaunched it. And Latter Gay Stories has been one super influential podcast / YouTube channel within Mormonism ever since. And Kyle understands graphic design. He understands video production, but he also has become a really influential member in the Mormon community, being able to build bridges across the aisles, to build friendships with the faithful and people who have left, to build relationships with insiders. I think of like two of the most strategic, effective people I can think of in the Mormon space right now are Stephanie Sorensen Larson of Encircle and freaking Kyle Ashworth. So Kyle is on the board of Encircle. He's also the author of a really important document called On the Record, a chronology of LGBTQ plus messaging within the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And again, he's got his own life and his own successful business. But today, that's all part of what the story is going to be, but I don't want that to be what really defines Kyle. Like, I was trying to decide to even mention all that stuff at the beginning, because to me, what defines Kyle is just the amazing human that he is. So Kyle, so today we're going to be talking about Kyle's story, his Mormon story, his upbringing in the church. He did do the Mormon thing, served the mission, married the woman, had the kids, but today we get to hear from him what it was like to be a gay Mormon, to be in a mixed orientation marriage, to have that spectacularly or unceremoniously implode or end. And then how he has been a single gay Mormon dad, and then how he has turned his whole life into a life of advocacy and activism, and just one of the most effective advocates and activists that I know within the Mormon realm. So just tons of wisdom and intelligence and compassion. So Kyle, what would you add or take away from that introduction?
The only thing I want to add is, this is a Sherry Dew moment when she wrote President Hinckley's biography. President Hinckley responded to it and said, "Adulation is poison." So
you reject everything I just said?
No, I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to share a little bit of that story. And this is such an interesting topic. So what do I add to that? There's so much more, and buckle up for a few hours of understanding and getting to know what makes me tick, and in turn how that has benefited this community. Because I agree, this is a vast and wide open space, and it's been good to be able to influence and see how we can redirect sometimes often explosive opportunities or experiences into more favorable opportunities to learn and to become better at understanding the experiences of not only LGBTQ people, but just general humanity. And maybe that is where we move forward with the story and that part of this episode.
All right. Well, let's begin. Your parents, grandparents have their own kind of Mormon stories, so maybe we should begin there.
Yeah, so I was, often we say in Mormonism, born of goodly parents. My mother's side of the family were pioneer stock, as they say. They were settlers of Provo, Utah, joined the church years ago in Nauvoo and some beyond that. So my mom's side of the family were very, very Mormon, and come with that their Orthodox traditions that Mormonism brings. My father's side of the family was everything opposite of that. My grandfather, great-grandfather, originated from Scotland, immigrated into the United States, was very anti-religion. In fact, their side of the family formed what they called the breakdown church, or a tear-down church. They would go around and burn people's churches down. They
Where?
were just very anti.
In Scotland?
No, Kentucky, here in the United States.
Okay.
So
burning people's churches down.
The tear-down church.
Do we know why?
Just very.
Why were they so mad at churches?
Just the family history that I was able to dig up was just that they had zero desire for religion. Likely internal conflicts, just the incontrollability, didn't want to be controlled, or uncontrollability, didn't want to be controlled by a society. And I think there was some element of the American dream, like coming over to the United States, having a no-holds-barred experience, and then seeing that churches had this ability to still control people. Historically, when you look at like the Church of England, the whole reason why the framers and founders broke off and formed the United States was not only religious freedom, but the ability to own personal property. And so here was a group of people who had come from the United Kingdom, that area, into the United States and wanted complete autonomy. That was my family. And so my father's side of the family was that way. Eventually, they made their way from Kentucky into Colorado and then into the small mining town of Eureka, Utah. Or if you're from there, Eureka.
Oh, really?
So little Eureka, Utah, my grandfather would probably frown if I called it Eureka. So Eureka, Utah, which is out in the just the edge of the Utah desert, Utah County. It's in Juab County, but kind of the edge of Juab and Utah County, further west than Goshen, Santaquin area. So really middle of nowhere, America. Some unique parts of Eureka is it is a mining town, but it also was the epicenter of Utah's downwinder disease. The atomic bomb testing that was taking place in the Utah desert blew fallout over into that area. So high cancer rates, high radiation rates of the people who lived in that area, my family included.
I was thinking St. George is the downwinder area.
Yeah,
Eureka was.
Yeah, the Tooele Army Depot, where the area that the Tooele Army Depot now is at, and even the Wendover training grounds, all that was very influential in World War II. All that wind, all that radiation and fallout flew that way. Not only that, but you also were exposing the deer and the elk and the antelope and the rabbits to that, which were main food sources for the people in those areas. So it was a double whammy. So that was where my grandfather and grandmother on the Ashworth side grew up and was raised. The true Mormon story really began for the Ashworth side of the family post-World War II. My grandfather was on the USS Bismarck Sea, which was stationed in Japan just off the shores of Hiroshima, and it was hit by a kamikaze airplane and sunk. And he survived after floating in the ocean for 24 hours. And I think leaving Utah as a Navyman with a pregnant wife at home, leads you to believe there's got to be more to this life than floating in an ocean trying to avoid the sharks. And so when he did return back to Utah, at this time they moved, they had lived in Payson, Utah. He met the missionaries and chose to be baptized. And I believe that was 1955-ish. So it was shortly before my father was born in 1960. So that was really the beginning, the Mormon story of my family. My dad was raised in the church, but I want to say like fairly inactively, or at least as he grew up. He married my mother young. My mother came from a pretty dysfunctional family in terms of alcoholism and multiple marriages, relationships. So he was inheriting a family that was at that point a fairly schizophrenic mother-in-law, an alcoholic father-in-law, 9 children spread all over the globe, and that was the family that he was marrying into. He essentially rescued my mother from that situation, and my mother moved in with my father's parents and essentially put their life back together. My grandfather ended up becoming an Area Authority 70 in the church. So
really,
so active, yeah. And kind of the older days where there were not as many quorums, but he was involved in the church and become very. I
bet he knew Hartman Rector.
I bet I'm sure he did. My grandpa was just a nice guy, just one of those.
What was his full name?
Bill Ray Ashworth.
Okay.
Just a decent, nice guy. And my father had those same characteristics as well. My grandfather was a scouter, which I think was traditional for that space. He was a Silver Beaver Award recipient, spent plenty of time with Monson and these epic scouters.
Did you say what his profession was?
He was an electrician. That's actually why he was an electrician in the mine, in the Eureka Tinnick Mining District. He was a electrical engineer, and so he was a Sparky, and that's what he spent his life doing. And ended up, I really don't know what took him to Payson. I should probably study that out. But he ends up in Payson, Utah, and for years and years and years stays actively involved in the church. In a similar situation, most of his that we see today, most of his children did either become inactive or kind of departed the church.
Even though he was in Area 3070.
Yeah, in various ways. Yeah. And it likely has to do with some of the same issues that we see today. Just this incongruence with modern day life and the ambitions of young kids as opposed to strict Orthodox teachings. So their oldest son passed away in a car accident due to a drunk driver. Their other son left the church early on, right as he got into college. Daughters didn't spend a lot of time in the church, and my dad was the youngest, born in 1960. And so as the caboose, my grandfather, grandmother both worked at helping to take care of my mom and teach her some of the skills that she needed, having come from a pretty broken home. But then also they were navigating the turmoil and joys of parenthood as well. The one interesting part that I think, just to kind of wrap up that section of that great familial Mormon story is that my...
Did you know your grandpa?
I did, yeah. And my grandmother died in 1985. I was born in 82. So
Your dad's mom.
My dad's mom, yeah. So she died of cancer. Not surprisingly, she died of breast cancer.
You think connected to the downwind?
100%, yeah.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, and just fast forward, all of my aunts and uncles, including my father, had cancer. My cousins have had cancer as well. All essentially the same strain of cancer, remarkably linked likely to this downwinders disease. But my grandmother had cancer.
If there were ever a prophet, that would be a good reason to have some prophecy.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, stay out of Eureka, Utah. But yeah, so my grandmother died of breast cancer in 1985. My grandfather also had cancer, but ended up passing away in 1989 of a heart attack. So I was 7 years old when he passed away. quickly after that, the family essentially just broke into all their individual segments of autonomy. And my parents were largely inactive in the church when my grandfather passed away. But due to the home teaching program in the Payson Parkview ward, the home teachers there reactivated my parents. And so I was 7 when my grandfather passed away, which I remember really vividly. And then by 8, I was being baptized. And I grew up in Payson, behind the old Payson Bonton, over by the fairgrounds. And in that area, the home teachers took care of my family. And my dad was a baker at Smith's. It's a profession that he had worked at for a number of years up to that point. And my mom... Smith's grocery store.
There was a bank inside the grocery store?
He was a baker.
Oh, baker.
Yeah, he worked in the bakery.
I thought you said banker.
Yeah.
Your dad was a baker.
He was a baker. Yep. He
made bread and rolls and
the best cinnamon rolls ever. My father, he loved to bake and cook. He loved to cook, but baking, he made wedding cakes and all kinds of stuff. He was a little bit of an artisan. I don't know that he loved it, but that's what my dad did. And when Smith's was purchased by Kroger, he just couldn't get along with the new Kroger management, so he figured it was time for a new venture. So I'll get to that point. But the home teachers reactivated our family, and I was baptized by my father August 4th, and I can't remember the year. If I was 82, it would have been 89 or 90-ish. And I was baptized. I am the oldest of 4 children. I have a sister, and then twin brothers below me. My brothers were born in 1989. My sister's a couple of years younger than I am, in 85. So that was kind of our family dynamic. We lived in a very comfortable Rambler Ranch home in Payson.
Is that near Spanish Fork?
Yeah, it's just south of Spanish Fork.
Yeah.
In a very comfortable life. I raised pigeons as a kid, fell out of the tree and broke my arm. The tree house we had in the backyard. Just a typical, very up-and-coming Mormon family. My mother, like I said, stayed at home, raised the kids. She didn't, interesting, she'd probably be embarrassed to hear this, but she didn't ever feel labor pains or contractions with her children. So I essentially was born in the front of my grandfather's Ford pickup truck on the way down from Payson Canyon after cutting wood. And in fact, my grandpa was pretty upset that he had to rush my mom down to the hospital and left a whole cord of wood sitting up on the mountain. When they went back up to grab it, it was gone. So somebody got some cut up and chopped lumber. My sister was born in the elevator on the way into the Payson Hospital, and my brothers, the twins, same physician, took care of us all and told my mother, "You will not walk for the next 3 months." So kept her on bed rest at the Intermountain Regional Hospital, Provo Hospital, while she, for 3 months, sat in bed rest with the twins. So,
wow.
That was kind of my mom. She, it was a life of unexpectancy. And so, that was an odd side tangent, but, that was our family. We, my dad still worked there for Smith's for a few years, and then took a job for the Utah Department of Corrections, went through Post Academy, and they were opening up the Gunnison Prison in southern Utah, central Utah. And my uncle, who was a captain at the Draper, Utah prison, reached out to my dad and just said, "If you're looking for a career change, you ought to look at working for the state. We're opening up a new prison, and we need some culinary director for the prison down there."
Oh, he did cooking still.
Yeah, so that's what he jumped in on. It was something that he was familiar with, and he went into the prison and signed on there. And I remember him going through police academy and staying at my aunt's house, living in a camp trailer, which was up in Salt Lake at the Fred House Post Academy at the point of the mountain. So that was my dad's entrance into that. That took us into the wide world of Gunnison, Utah. And in Gunnison, we moved into a little city called Fayette. So we moved from Payson down to a very small community, about 200 people. Lived in Fayette, and it's really where life began for us. This new page in life. My both my paternal grandparents were gone at this point. Both had passed away, and my parents were out on their own. And we lived in the sticks, and it was kind of fun. My first job was on a farm, herding cattle and branding sheep and moving pipe and getting sprayed by skunks and rolling hay bales. And that was kind of the life growing up. And then also just living on four-wheelers and motorcycles and dents and bumps and bruises. And my parents moved into a small log cabin that was once a consecration camp settlement home in an area in that area called Jap Flat, where they had in the 40s interned Japanese families. When those camps were disinterred, they moved the homes back into the valleys, and the home that I grew up in is one of those homes, just an old 2.5-room log cabin that had multiple additions on it. But I remember remodeling the home with my dad and just pulling the plaster off the walls and finding these rolled up scrolls with Japanese writing on it that had been kind of stuck inside the chinking of the cabins as some family who was interred in that home. I didn't even understand the significance of it, but all these years later, I wish we would have kept some of that, just wondering what those histories were, what was written on those little rolled up parchments and placed in the walls of these homes. So that was kind of my growing up. There was a lot going on personally in my world prior to that, and we can jump into the points where you start realizing like life is good, but there's something different about me. And all those experiences, being baptized in the church, friends, moving around, all led up to me trying to better understand who and what I was. But generally, in terms of life was good. Like we didn't have, we had everything that we ever could imagine having. But at the same time, we often really were pretty dirt floor poor. I mean, my dad worked for the state in an entry-level job, and we lived in a log cabin that was scheduled to be burned, and my dad saved it from being burned in a training exercise for the Gunnison Valley Fire Department, and he paid $6,000 for it and remodeled it, and that was the home we moved into. So it was an interesting childhood and one that I have fond memories.
Where's Gunnison again?
It is about 100 miles south of Salt Lake City. It's about 30 miles south of the very center of the state of Utah. Okay. It's just right in the middle. 20 miles there. 20 miles west of Manti. So just kind of.
Is that where Hoffman is right now?
Hoffman is in Gunnison.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. He is in Gunnison. Okay. The prison down there is a large facility now. I think it might even be as close to size as the Draper prison is. They just because they've continued to add on to it, but it's a healthy facility down there. It is the main employer, the income generator for Sanpete County, and there are the majority of the people who live down in the Gunnison Valley in that whole area have some tie to the prison. And there was some negative connotation to that as well as we moved in. We were the prison people. It was like the gold rush. When the prison opened, there was an influx of new families moving in, and to the traditional Mormon farming community mentality, this was tough. I guess you could look at it the same way Brigham saw Utah transform as the gold rush happened. Here was this little Mecca, this little Zion that the Sanpete County Latter-day Saints had created, and all of a sudden, in a matter of just a handful of years, the dynamic of the city had completely changed. There were all these people that had moved in to take a job at the new Gunnison prison, and it changed life completely. There were some growing pains. There was housing issues, but also crime rates went up. Liberalism invaded these small conservative communities, and things were different. So it was growing up, you didn't recognize a lot of that, but looking back, you see where those strained relationships even made an impact on my mom. My mom felt that. My mom always felt like she was labeled as just another prison. In fact, we were called prison people for a long time in our little community of 200, where there weren't many people in this community that worked at the prison. we were definitely the minority, just because it was such a small town. There wasn't available real estate. Everything was already full, and not a lot of new construction either. So I think growing up in that little city was nicer than living in Gunnison, which was 5 miles away, and also the source. We didn't have a grocery store. There were no gas stations or anything where I grew up. It was just literally a bedroom community fed by a warm water spring that ran year round. The same place that our chapel didn't even have a baptismal font. Everyone was still baptized in the spring up in the hills year round. That's where you were baptized. So kind of an eclectic, cool little Mormon town that had its own history of death and despair, but for some reason it just didn't blow away. Like the mainstays of those little Mormon communities just put their shoulders to the wheel and farmed the heck out of that place, and it just survived. If mosquitoes didn't get you, economics eventually would, and that was Fayette, Utah.
So let's talk about the Mormon part of your upbringing before we talk about how you felt a little bit different. But how did Mormonism influence your family experiences as a child and as a young teen? And then what was your branch or ward experiences like as a child and young teen? Kind of the Mormon stuff.
Yeah, so I grew up fairly active-ish. I studied, so I was baptized, obviously, in the covenant. Shortly after our baptism, we were sealed as a family in the Manti Temple. I remember just being there with my sister and I in the Manti Temple, and we ate crackers, dressed in white, which was kind of a fun, fond experience. My brothers hadn't been born yet, and I believe my mom was pregnant with the twins, but didn't know it, because I do remember the sealer mentioning that their family hadn't been complete yet, and she always clung to that as some special miracle that the sealer knew that my mom was going to have more children, and there she was pregnant in the sealing session with kids, and she didn't know. So as we moved from Payson to Fayette, I think that disassociation that I just mentioned earlier, with the ostracization a little bit, weighed in on my mom. And my mom probably was the one who wasn't as motivated in keeping us in church, but we slid into periods of inactivity relatively quick. My parents' version of church often was an RV at the Little Sahara Sand Dunes or Payson Lakes or Fish Lake or Otter Creek or one of these places. That's where we would spend most of our time, was camping and enjoying the great outdoors. And that's really where our family's church scenario took place. My parents really raised us to have a fair amount of autonomy and didn't really push church on us. So growing up, we knew the doctrines of the gospel. Maybe the Joseph Smith principle of being taught correct principles and allowed to govern ourselves would be a great explanation as to how our life was lived. We were chaste. We were taught the good parts of the doctrine. We were taught to be good people. Just try to do your very best. And in the event that you didn't, you atone for your sins, pick up your pieces, and move on with life. And my upbringing was that very way. I served all the callings. I was the deacon's quorum everything throughout my experience. So deacon teacher in that time. I was the president of those quorums. I also served in advisories. I was really active in the old days. We had the fun things like stake road shows that we would do, and some of those experiences that like our super activities that we would do, like mutual super activities, where we would take vacations or trips on church. We don't have them so much up here. I know there's one in the Heber Valley, but up in the Salt Lake area, there aren't the church camps that we had. We had the Old Pinery was an example of one of them. Which was just a church-owned camp like the Heber Valley camp, where you just show up and there were boweries and balconies and tents, and you would have ward campouts or youth campouts. A lot of those are gone now, the stake road shows, and we used to take bus tours to Lehman Caves or just various locations. We do the pageant tours, Manti pageant, the Martin Harris pageant, just fun. Like we were really involved in a lot of the activities. My father was also the scoutmaster. Even though he was inactive for much of my growing up, or I should even say maybe less active, he was a super scouter. And I always...
Like his dad.
Yeah, just like his dad. And I was an Eagle Scout at 12, just had everything already in line. Had been active in scouting since I could put my fingers up. Like, that's just how my dad raised us. He absolutely wanted us to have those intrinsic and what he thought were life-saving scouting skills. He was a scouter, and he served all over the place. And I don't even know, probably hundreds of scouts that he served under, and he wanted them Eagles. And he was just one of those guys that you absolutely just wanted to be around because he was fun, and he was obnoxiously not politically correct. He just wasn't the mold that you would think of in the typical scout leader. And because of that, he had an affection that people wanted to be around him and liked his program because he was just genuine and real. He was relatable. He had a name or a comment about everyone, often not favorable. So he was a jokester. He was just fun. And so that was the program that he ran, and it was a really successful program. Because it was successful, I don't think the church ever wanted to get rid of him, and they just continued keeping him in that space because he was turning out just an incredible group of young men that still to this day learned how to crack multiple eggs with both hands at the same time, like just little things that he would teach people that years later people would comment, do you know, my dad taught me, and I would always say how to crack an egg. He taught me how to crack an egg, or bake a cake, or a Dutch oven, or he just was one of those guys that was a master of everything and skilled at almost nothing. Just one of those things that he was just a natural leader, and that reflected into the scouting career and my scouting career as well. I like I said, was an Eagle Scout at 12. Had, I don't even know how many merit badges, but just got very involved in scouting. Attended the National Jamboree in 1997 at Fort AP Hill, Virginia, which was a great experience for me, and also part of my Mormon story, because growing up fairly inactive or less active, I didn't really understand the history of the church. And in fact, I didn't understand it to the point, I have two recollections. One, we were camping at Yuba State Park. I think it was around 1992 when Ezra Taft Benson died. And I remember watching on our green screen television in our camp trailer with rabbit ears his funeral. It was either his funeral or the announcement of his death. And I just remember as a little kid thinking, like, seemed like a great guy. I just didn't really understand who this Ezra Taft Benson was, but yet I knew he was a leader of the church. So I would have been 10 or 11 and not fully understanding who that was. Fast forward to when I was 15, I went to the National Jamboree, which was a 7 to 9 day camp in Virginia. But prior to going to the camp, you do a church history tour. And I remember hearing about the First Presidency and President Hinckley. And for some reason, like just the name President Hinckley, which was familiar to me, one of the missionaries at the Hill Cumorah got us all around in a little group and asked us who knew who the president of the church was. And I had no idea who the president of the church was. And when they said it was Gordon B. Hinckley, I thought, oh, I've heard the name. And so that was just interesting how experienced I felt, like, or how how we had a connection to the church at that point, but not a deep enough connection to even know who the president of the church was. That was one of those weird moments that I've thought about forever. So I essentially started trying to understand who this President Hinckley was and what the church believed in. And really that Fort AP Hill National Jamboree 1997 experience was it. It was the opportunity to really understand what the church's experience was and what the church had to teach. And part of that journey took us to the Sacred Grove, to Hill Cumorah, the Susquehanna River, just all the infamous Fayette, New York, which I always thought was interesting because here I lived in Fayette, Utah, and there was a Fayette, New York, which is the birthplace of Mormonism, April 6, 1830. And just down the road was Palmyra, and in Palmyra was the Sacred Grove. And I remember walking through the Sacred Grove after hearing all these stories growing up, thinking, I mean, I'm a boy of 15, not 14, but I'm so close to the same age as Joseph. Could I have that same experience that Joseph had, walking calmly and silently through the Sacred Grove in what I felt was a pretty solitary moment? Going on, walking through the Hill Cumorah and just kind of kicking your feet through the leaves on the Hill Cumorah, silently hoping that you hit a stone box, and verifying all the things that missionaries and church leaders had taught you before. And none of those things happened. I didn't have a grand experience in the Sacred Grove. I didn't hit a stone box with my shoe. Apparently my faith wasn't strong enough, and they'd removed the stone box from underneath my feet. And I didn't find it.
Yeah, I remember going to the Sacred Grove and like trying to find a place to kneel and have my own, theophany or whatever it's called. And like those church history sites and those church history tours can be really foundational to a young Mormon soul, spirit, mind. You know what I mean?
Well, everything that we do in this space really revolves around hope. And having not experienced much on that other side of the aisle, by having strong spiritual experiences, you are hoping that those spiritual experiences are backed by evidences, right? You want those things to be true. So spending time in a Sacred Grove or in a Hill Cumorah literally grounds you, and it puts your feet in the very same spaces that these giants once walked. To think you were here where Joseph Smith was at. You were here where Joseph Smith Sr. and Hiram and the angel Moroni and the Urim and Thummim and plates, and all those things are just fascinating, knowing that you're within feet or yards or inches away from where all this took place and all this happened. So the thought or the ability of being in those spaces was really great, and I really I wanted all those things to be part of my fabric. I wanted, I felt a natural affinity for Mormonism, not only because it was something that I was raised in and it was part of my tradition, but who didn't want a good life? Who didn't want the opportunity to succeed and have spiritual experiences and exaltation and eternal life? All the things that you were raised to believe and raised to seek after. So the hope was for sure there. The hope of being something bigger or understanding something grander than what you were able to experience at that point.
So this Jamboree, it seems like, marked the beginning of your kind of Mormon spiritual awakening.
It was. At the same time as I left for the National Jamboree, my parents were moving. And my mom really just had at that point enough of small town life, and she was going to relocate to a place that was much bigger. And so we moved to Nephi, which wasn't much bigger, but it was. It was a little closer to Payson, a little closer to her family in Utah County, and to my father's family up in Utah County as well. So we moved to Nephi in the latter part of 1997. Shortly after, I come home from the National Jamboree in August, and we moved to Nephi in September, so just a month after I come home from the Jamboree. So all those experiences still fresh in my mind, and moving into a new area gave me an opportunity, and my family an opportunity at a new page, a new leaf, and a new chance at forging a new future. And so we moved into the Nephi 2nd Ward and took up full residency. We immediately become active again. And I remember the bishop sitting our family down and just doing the get to know you game, trying to better understand our family. And my dad obviously came from a background in scouting. And so they immediately called him into the young men's program and wanted him to join in and kind of jump into that space. And he did. He ended up becoming the scoutmaster. It didn't take very long at all. So he was right back into the thick of scouting. a little bit, that was difficult for my mom. One thing that I should bring up prior to that, my dad also was diagnosed with cancer at 30 years old. He was diagnosed with a stage 3 colon cancer. And so here was our little family in Fayette. I was young. My sister was young. My brothers were 9 months old. And my dad was diagnosed with a terminal cancer that they didn't think was beatable. So he had immediately went through radiation and surgery, refusing chemotherapy after watching his mother die. So it took a terrible toll on his body. They radiated him beyond what they should have radiated him, only because he refused to take any other treatments. And if they were going to cure him of cancer or give him the best shot, it required just a regimen that was extreme. And so there was some isolation there also on my mother's part, where she was what she felt like in the middle of nowhere with no life support. And they were traveling back and forth between the radiation facility in Provo at Utah Valley Regional Medical Center and this little small town where everybody felt isolated. So our move to Nephi was part of that. But also, I think my mom felt like the church also took my dad away from the family a little bit too much, especially with his scout callings, because we were years later after he successfully beat the cancer. Years later in Nephi, and she was watching her husband get back into that same routine again, back into the scouting program that took him away a lot of the weekends, that took him hours away from the week throughout the week. And so I think that had an effect on the family as well, but we were ready to begin anew. And it didn't take too long in our new ward for our family to move into Wilderness Church again, where we were back camping on the weekends, and we just weren't spending a lot of time in a chapel. But I was the lone active member of the family. I had a great group of friends that were active in the church, and a few that were in the ward. Surprisingly, the majority of my friends didn't live in my same ward, but that was just something that you do. And growing up in a slightly larger small town, having that connection to the church was vital to having a normal experience, and that's what I did. So I ended up becoming the most active in the church. And throughout high school, I moved to Nephi my sophomore year. So my junior year, I was the seminary president for the little seminary there at Juab High School. And for all intents and purposes, super active. I went through a variety of callings as well. I was the first assistant to the bishop and the priest quorum. Just went through the same routine, but really took that foundation that had started at Fort A.P. Hill and through the National Jamboree, and started studying a little bit of church history, and not necessarily the church history that we battle today, but more the faith-building, gospel, library, art kit version of Mormonism, and trying to better understand that segment of church history. I also jumped into family history and started researching a little bit of my family's genealogy, which I thought was fascinating, and just understanding the roots of who I was, and trying to better understand the experiences of my family. So we, as my family slowly become more inactive, I become more active, and there was just something about the church that was intriguing to me. It was a sense of community, probably. It was the ability to make and keep friendships, to feel important and wanted and needed in a variety of callings. And so that was really the purpose, I think, for me staying in church. I didn't have any monumental spiritual experiences that said Mormonism is it. There were these little signals along the way that just kept me moving forward.
Yeah.
That just helped me continue to affirm my slowly growing, budding Mormon story.
But kind of the Orthodox Mormon upbringing, Bruce R. McConkie, Joseph Fielding Smith type upbringing, very doctrinal. It sounds like you didn't have that type of family.
No, I didn't have that type of family.
More of a common sense values. type of family.
No, and I think the traditional Orthodox Mormon would look at my story and say, well, clearly the whole reason why you are this way, or the end result of your experience, is because your family wasn't doing family home evening. You weren't doing, you weren't praying enough. We would pray at mealtime, but we didn't have morning prayer. We didn't have family prayer. We didn't do scripture study. We rarely did family home evening. But we also didn't have a contentious family. Like, we weren't in disarray. We had genuine love for each other. There was a kinship and a bond that our family experienced, and it was easy to say, like, the church created that for us. But I think the truth of that was that we all got along, and we were a very happy family. In terms of, I mean, my parents both ruled with an iron fist for sure, but our family wasn't so orthodox that we lost sight of the trees through the forest.
Actually sounds healthy. Kind of. I
100% would redo my childhood all over again. It was healthy. It was, we had two parents at home. The fact that my dad worked in Gunnison and we lived in Nephi, which is a 30-minute drive, was healthy for our family. It allowed him.
Kept working.
He kept working. Yeah. Yeah, it allowed him to leave work at work, and when he came home, he was dad. And so, I mean, working in the prison system, as you can well imagine, dealing with that clientele on a daily basis took a toll on him, and it was difficult for him to separate those two worlds. And so there were some learning curves for my family as well, as my dad worked in his occupation. My mom generally stayed home with us. She did own her own floral business, and my parents both owned a wedding and catering business for a while. And so she would do the flowers, my dad would do the cakes, and this was something he did on the side while also working at the prison. That really consumed so many of our weekends, which was often our family time, that my parents just sold the business and got out from underneath it. Side note is, it's also the reason why I can't stand sweets to this day. Cake, frosting, mints, tang. I mean, just all the typical things you think of in a cultural hall wedding, Mormon wedding. Those were all the things that our house was covered in. And I can't even tell you how many thousands of bowls of frosting and shortening that I was cleaning as a kid, because it was just that was our family business. And we had a catering van, and it had no heater in it. We would wipe the condensation off the windshield in order to drive it through these winter weddings. And that was, we did a lot of stuff as a family, and it was just an enjoyable, it was just an enjoyable life. And so, we weren't Orthodox. We weren't, all the things that, would then become the family proclamation described us to be. We were, we did have two parents in the home, a mother and a father who equally reared the children, but it was really the typical patriarchal order in our family. My dad worked, my mom stayed at home. She knew her role, essentially. I mean, that was, in terms of Mormonism, how our structure was. But we had a good life. Like, we were raised at what I would think would be a relatively healthy upbringing.
So let's introduce kind of what you made an allusion to before, kind of feeling a little bit different. In my research with the LGBTQ Mormon experience, it's around 13, kind of as puberty starts emerging, maybe a year before, where you start feeling like you're a little bit different, and then you start noticing your attractions might be different than you thought they would be. Let's back up, and kind of in parallel, do you want to talk about the development of kind of, those aspects of your life, whatever you're comfortable sharing?
Sure, of course. You don't know what you don't know. I want to preface the story with that. Having grown up with as much correlation with the church as I did, which I'm saying I wasn't deeply entrenched in the church. Had I been, I don't know that my story would be any different. Mormonism doesn't talk about sexuality. Mormon doesn't like to talk about taboo topics. And so growing up, topics of sexuality or gender identity or any of the subjects surrounding this topic aren't discussed. And it's either we don't have the language to discuss them, or we always, the old churches, the old version was that if we talk about these things, we become them. So we avoid talking about sexuality or alternative thinking in an effort to not nurture it and allow it to grow within us. But I knew I was different really early on. I remember in elementary school, 3rd grade, a kid bringing some playing cards that had scantily dressed men and scantily dressed women. And I vividly to this day remember sitting on the concrete steps behind the 2nd grade classroom door as they were playing these cards. I don't even know what game we were playing, but as they were turning them over, there were these pictures of men in these Speedo swimming suits, and I was fascinated by them. Some of the kids would remark about the women, and this is 3rd grade, but I just had this natural affinity for the men on these playing cards. It was weird. I didn't know what I didn't know. I just knew that I had a natural draw to that. And it was just a little bit of not a fascination or a fantasy as much as it was just an affinity, just a natural draw to the men in those cards. And at the same time, here were my friends who were discussing the women as if that was like what they were predisposed to pay attention to. And I just didn't get it. The point, and that was kind of things that I paid attention to just growing up to the point of puberty. And you're right, the stories that I hear from a variety of people are the same. They get to the point where as your body begins to mature, 6th grade sex ed class, the maturation class is what we called it, you start putting a lot of those puzzle pieces together. I remember the town physician taught our sex ed class, and it was done in school, in the library. Dr. Anoya was his name, and I believe he's still alive today. His son was one of my friends, but he showed up in our library at Gunnison Valley Elementary with a 9mm pistol, and he said, and he cocks it and lays it down on the table. It didn't have a bullet in it, I'm sure, and he said, "Gentlemen, your body is more powerful than this gun." And I just remembered that. Like, how can my body be so powerful? It was
That's so dramatic.
Yeah, it was a very poignant and important object lesson.
Mormons and their object lessons, man.
But I remembered it.
Yeah, you sure did.
All these years later. And so I hadn't yet associated myself with the little factory at that point, and Boyd K. Packer's grand analogies. But I do remember him showing that gun and saying how powerful. I mean, I was convinced that the gun had the ability to hurt a lot of people and cause lots of damage, but what in my body could do something more destructive than this gun? I would soon learn quickly that the little factory analogy is the little factory analogy, and that the gun indeed has the ability to be beneficial and detrimental in this world, but so did your body. There were times where I struggled to understand who and what I was. I was trying to connect all those dots together. I knew, obviously, that I was different from my friends, and a lot of that difference happened one day in an old, rusty 52 Chevrolet car in an abandoned car in a field where a buddy of mine and I hid a Playboy. And he found it and brought it to the car, told me about it, and said, "Let's go look at it." And we did. And he was interested in something completely different than I was interested in, looking through that magazine. And I just recall his comments and some of the things that he was pointing out. And when you got to the back of the magazine, and I know, John, you have no idea what I'm talking about, given your strong Mormon upbringing. But in the back of the Playboy magazine were the advertisements. And so women. But when you got to the very back of the magazine, you got to the advertisements, and in the advertisements there were like pumps and pills and different things that would appeal to the men. Well, that's where the men were represented in this magazine. And so as my friend got at the end of the magazine, was slightly depressed that it was over, here were like things that were finally appealing to me. And so I'm like, no, so I started going through like the ad section of it, and I was just really interested in all these things that were geared towards men. And he picked up on that really immediately. Like, and immediately started into the kind of the shame process, like why are you interested in that? Like and I don't think he said gay, but he's like, don't you see this woman? Isn't she like beautiful? And I had to somewhat lie and say, yeah, she absolutely was beautiful. Like but there was just something that was drawing me, and I immediately started shelling, covering myself, and realizing that I couldn't be so vulnerable with those feelings, because immediately he was interested in letting me know how abnormal they were. So that was really the first experience that I was like, I can't talk about this. Like, obviously this wasn't a topic that I was ready to explore verbally and publicly, but I was navigating those feelings and experiences on my own. And here was an opportunity which I felt super comfortable with one of my friends in a very vulnerable, looking at it now, a very vulnerable situation. And I had exposed myself just enough to be vulnerable, and it didn't go over very well. So it was an opportunity to just start this process of
time to compartmentalize.
Yeah. Put it in a box, smash it, hide it, turn out the lights, and move on. Because I needed to be like he was, and I needed to do the things that he was doing in order to remain as normal as possible. So that, I would dare bet that was around 11, 12-ish when that first experience happened. But it didn't turn off. The deeper I grew in my young adulthood, the more this fire kind of lit inside of me. And I didn't have boyhood crushes or aspirations to have a date another boy. I couldn't even admit that I was gay. I just knew that I was attracted to boys, to guys. There was something about them that I was attracted to. At the same time, I also knew that that's not what was expected of me. I also didn't know anybody who was gay. I didn't know anybody in the community that was gay. I didn't have examples of homosexual relationships. We had Ellen, and you can imagine what my family's view was. And you remember those days in the 90s when Ellen came out, and all over the place, people were turning off television sets because here was this homosexual on TV. That was the experience that I got at home too. So you pick up on all these cues, and you pick up on societal opinions about what sexuality should look like. And Ellen was a great example of what not to do. And so don't come out, don't share your experience, because you pay attention to the comments. I vividly remember sitting in the living room around the TV and my dad making comments about Ellen. And I was young. I was 12, 13 years old. And I couldn't tell you what I learned in school, but I absolutely can tell you that we were sitting on a velour sofa that had a wagon wheel pattern in front of the Zenith television as he was barking about Ellen. And so
what did you think and feel when you...
I was Ellen. Yeah, I was.
In your mind?
Yeah.
How did you connect with Ellen? Because she's lesbian, right?
She's lesbian, yeah.
So in your mind, well, I just want to hear, like, connect the dots for me.
Just in my mind, I remember Ellen and her coming out just describing how she just had this natural attraction, and that it wasn't anything she created. It wasn't anything that she had wanted or forced upon herself, but it just happened. And here it was like a breath of fresh air for me. It was an explanation that I wasn't alone in my experience, but I also didn't create it. There were plenty of things, like I would beat myself up thinking back to the third grade experience, looking through the playing cards, thinking, well, if I wouldn't have paid attention to the men, did I create this? Like, had I created this experience on my own? And I was so young, I couldn't have. Looking at the Playboy and the old car in the field, did I force myself and condition myself to believe that I was gay? So to have that validation, to hear someone else say, I didn't create this, it wasn't something that I nurtured and in turn allowed to flourish, was a lifesaver.
And that was at what age?
Probably 12 or 13.
Okay. And then you were going to say your dad's response.
Yeah. So my father immediately just, and I remember he used the word queer a lot, and in a super negative tone. And so I immediately associated those same feelings that I felt in that old car of shame and compartmentalization with now I know who is not in my corner. And it's almost as if there was a part of me that said, I wish Ellen could be my mom and dad, and my current parents, I couldn't be safe around them. I couldn't have that same openness. I just desired to be open. I desired a space where I could explain and navigate and maybe even mitigate my experience. Like that's what I really needed as a youth, as a 12 or 13-year-old. And I wasn't able to find it. I don't even recall anyone else publicly in entertainment who was openly gay. I just remember for sure it was Ellen, and Ellen was the one. So my only alternative was to do my very best at not being an Ellen, and that's really where the church comes in. That's where devoting yourself, losing yourself in the service. You look back now, and it's everything like the Miracle of Forgiveness or any of those books teach you, and I know this is familiar territory for you, John. It's this righteous church service, investing everything into religion, putting all your faith and trust in God, knowing that at some point He will change you, and then start understanding your experience through the lens of the church. Like, what does the church say about me? And that becomes a really difficult space as well, because especially in the early or late 90s and early 2000s, the church wasn't saying anything positive about homosexuality. And
this is Boyd K. Packer's kind of heyday, right?
Yeah, this is absolutely his heyday. And historically, we're coming out of the Oaks era of 1984, the memorandum that he wrote to the first presidency on how to handle the topics of homosexuality. But then he's ushered into the BYU era, where you have the Alan Bergens, the Dean Byrds, who are administering aversion therapy programs, vomit therapy, electroshock therapy to homosexuals at BYU. And this is happening from the 70s all the way into the 90s. And so this was Mormonism's approach to this topic. And not that I was well-versed in aversion therapy at BYU and what was happening as a youth, but my church leaders absolutely were. My church leaders were paying attention to the dog whistles that were coming from 50 North Temple, and they were understanding what the church's position was, and by virtue of that, they were disseminating that information to these small wards and branches throughout Zion. And I was a recipient of that, and I paid attention to it. As the seminary president, my junior year in high school, I had an opportunity to go through the distribution catalog in the old days when we had those, and ordered some materials for the seminary. And there was a book in there called Letter to a Friend that was written by Boyd K. Packer that talked about homosexuality and overcoming your sexuality. And I was scared to death that someone might find out who and what I was, but I really needed to read that pamphlet somehow. I needed to get a hold of it. So I ordered one for the institute or for the seminary in conjunction with a bunch of other items. And I remember when the box showed up and it arrived at the seminary, and I opened it up and I grabbed it was like the third thing down in the box, and I grabbed it out and immediately put it underneath the UPS box that it had come in, and then started sorting through, because my seminary teacher was still in the room at the time. And as soon as he left, I put that book in my pocket. In fact, I stuck it in between my belt and underwear and walked out of the seminary with it. And still sits in my mission scriptures today.
Oh, wow.
I kept it with me the whole time. And within Letter to a Friend was all of the ways that we can undo this malady that has become you. And
do you remember what are the ideas?
Mission, marriage, children. Serve a mission, become anxiously engaged in your church callings. When the time comes, get married and devote yourself to your wife and lean upon the temple blessings and the temple experiences. And from there, you'll rear children, and you'll find that children will give you an opportunity to lose yourself in a new type of work. And equally yoked husband and wife will be able to move forward in your existence, and this all becomes a shadow. it all just becomes no longer something that's part of your tapestry, but something that is your new future. And so mission, marriage, children were the very things that I had to look forward to.
Wow. And so as a kid, you're just like, okay, I got to get rid of this. And now I found the manual.
The manual is it.
Found the instructions, just got to do this, and problem solved.
Yeah. And there were other things. There were, in the old days when we had written or printed handbooks, there was another handbook written that was just called Homosexuality that was put out in the 80s. And it was an olive, kind of a drab, brown, orangey color. That was a full-size manual that helped bishops and stake presidents navigate the same-sex attracted members of their ward stakes and branches. And I got a hold of it. I don't know where I got a hold. I think I found it in the seminary, or maybe even in one of the libraries at the chapel, one of the chapels that I had been in. But I got a hold of that manual as well, and similar situations, similar information. But what was more maybe detrimental to me, reading the homosexual manual, Homosexuality is what it was called, was the advice and the way the church leaders were to handle or to deal with members who were impacted by this topic. And it scared me to death, because as I read through there, where they essentially advised members to be ostracized, taken out of certain callings, allowed to attend sacrament meeting, but don't put them in spaces where they would work with children, keep them separate from vulnerable communities. There was a section in there that describes them not being, and I clearly, this looks like Oaks to me, but not allowing them to have occupations that would put them in schools near children. Just all the things that this manual was teaching bishops, stake presidents, young men's, young women's leaders about this topic. And all those things scared me to death, because I didn't feel like I was a threat to society. I didn't feel like I was a threat to my other peers. I wasn't lusting after them. Let alone children. I just was trying to navigate something that was completely unfamiliar to me. And if there were ever a Mormon scripture that applied to my situation, it was that I was twisted about by every wind of doctrine. I didn't know where to go to find out who and what I was. And when you navigate this all on your own without the ability of parental support or religious support, you start looking to a community. And because my community wasn't there, I had nobody in this small town that was identifying as gay. I didn't know where to go. And so you sit in this stage of loneliness, sometimes like a merry-go-round, around and around and around you go, and you just become more and more sick. And the motion sickness gets to the point where either you have to get off the merry-go-round and stop, or you have to vomit to release yourself. And I felt like none of those options were available to me. I didn't have a place to go. I didn't have the ability to jump off. And I was so sick, I couldn't be sick. And it just was tough. And that kind of plays into why the church history tour was so important. It was, if indeed I am what the church thinks I am and says that I am, then there is a method for me to overcome this, and it's righteous church service. And it explains exactly why I was the only active member of my family. I had to stay entrenched in the church. I had to cling to the iron rod as tight as possible, because the iron rod was the word of God. It was my salvation. It was what was going to help me become normal. And I air quote that.
It seems so wrong and tragic that of all the family members that probably would be least best served by being super active in the church, it was you. And yet it was the church it was you who clung to the church most because of those associations and because of that conditioning. Like, that seems super tragic.
And that's a message and a lesson to our church leaders who may listen to this. And it's a lesson in advocacy. It's not that we're trying to be loud voices that are screaming and yelling at you for all your wrongs. We're just trying to shine a little light in these blind spots, saying, you're missing a great population here. And you're hurting a population that otherwise could be vibrant and effective and uninjured by this methodology and this theology. It's tough. It's a tough space. And I know I mean, looking back now, if I would have known other people who are like me, who are navigating this same journey, what amount of bandwidth I wasted in this space trying to understand what it looked like to be healthy. I just look back and think, if I had a mentor, if I had a church leader who wasn't teaching the rigid parts of this subject, what would my life look like? What would I have gained as opposed to have wasted in time that it took for me to get to the point that I'm at today? And then I look at, and this will tie into later in this discussion where we talk about the faith crisis or the transition of faith or the falling out. But I remember President Hinckley saying, in defense of the church, saying, there are other leaders of faith communities who are beneficial and important to theology, but none of them had the ability to open the heavens like Joseph Smith did. And I have thought about that quote over and over and over again, because what if one of my leaders had the ability to open the heavens in terms of this topic? What if my parents would have had the ability to open the heavens in terms of this topic? What if Gordon Hinckley or Spencer Kimball or Bruce McConkie would have had the ability to open the heavens in regards to this topic? What would have happened? We see that the treatment of sexuality and gender identity 50 years ago is much different than it is today. So the God that was the same yesterday, today, and forever either changes, or our leaders need to open up the heavens and get on the same page. And that's the calamity in this topic, is church leaders have the ability to open up the heavens and save their congregants, and they're not. Most of them are not. And I could have been saved. I think there's a vast majority in the queer community who see a sense of longing and connection to their traditional faith, and they want to be there, but yet they're kicked out and they're ostracized. And we can get to that later, but that's a little bit of a tangent.
No, so let me ask you, I get the sense is you were probably a highly productive teen. I mean, you get your Eagle Scout at 12. Did you say you were seminary president?
Yeah.
By your junior year, being in a semi-active home, I'm guessing you had good grades. Were you into athletics, or were you into student sort of activities? But I guess I want to get a sense for, and I think this is really important. Did you look like the model kid, the model Mormon kid, kind of the high achieving kid? And then can you contrast that? You talk about being sick. What was it like inside? What were you struggling with as a high school teen internally, or were you just wallpapering over it with achievement, or were there real demons you were fighting?
Yeah, so my real demons, looking back, the things that I worried most about, great question, by the way. The things I worried most about were the things that were non-starters and not serious. I worried that I fantasized and lusted after boys. Didn't ever do anything with a boy, but I worried that I was not capable, qualified, or able to find favor with God or even with the Holy Ghost because of those feelings. I also felt like, as sexual maturity happens, masturbation comes in, those releases and feelings of natural feelings of euphoric humanity happen. Those were all detrimental parts of my growing up. I just taught that they were awful, and I had associated those with my sexuality as well. Therefore, those were the demons that I was running from. Looking back, those weren't demons at all. Those were just natural things that were processes that were happening with all the boys my age, but yet I allowed those things to destroy me internally. So I did exactly what you said. I wallpapered. I become super active in church for that reason, but I also needed to be involved in everything. In high school, I had 3 jobs. I worked at a radio station, I delivered pizzas, and I worked at a truck stop. So I was constantly staying busy because the more occupied I was doing something other than sitting at home thinking about who and what I was, the better my outlook looked and became. And so I just involved myself in a wide variety of community service opportunities. I worked in Juab County in Nephi City. There was a little thing called a youth court where offenders in the community could come to a panel of their peers and be judged and given community service or pay a fine or something in lieu of juvenile court. And I sat on the youth court for a number of years because it just was a good opportunity to stay involved and serve in the community. But with 3 jobs and the youth court and all those things going on, I found that the more I was able to stay actively engaged in these other things, the easier it was for me to bury the elephant, the monster that was growing inside of me. And so I didn't have to focus on it. So, school was the same. I got good grades. I excelled in school to the point where I actually got really lazy. Like I didn't ever take homework home. I could just go to school, pass. I don't think I ever got a 4.0, but I think I got a 32 on my ACTs. So I was, somewhat smart.
Yeah, smart.
I put them all together. I put all the things together. But I didn't, school was great. Like I was involved in sports. I was mainly involved in speech and drama, a couple theater plays, not because I ever felt like that's where the gays should go, but it was just fun. We had a great drama teacher. And we also, after I left Gunnison, I was in the speech program there, speech and debate. And I really loved analytical thinking and deep dives into political topics. So I was a Lincoln Douglas debater and debated at state levels in Lincoln Douglas debates and really enjoyed that. So I went into Juab High School. They didn't have a speech and debate program. And so I was part of that group that helped start one at Juab High School. And it was fun because, again, you had an opportunity to shine. And even though inside you felt like you were damaged goods or broken, chewed gum, broken glass, on the outside, what the world was able to see was someone full of success and was moving forward with a lot of great ideas and ambitions. And so that's exactly the world that I was comfortable living in. It was the facade that I had created, and it was the methodology that I had moved forward with, and it was effective. Like it was working well for me.
Yeah, and I think I know the answer to this question. I think I see where this is going, but I just want to check in about it. It doesn't sound like an awful adolescence. I mean, it sounds like every parent's dream. You've got this hyper-performing kid that's got jobs, that's succeeding in school, that's intelligent, that's talented, that's exploring all his talents. And it even sounds like privately it's not super dark and tormenting. You're just kind of avoiding. So it's not so much... It's kind of like, I'm thinking, wow, this was good for you. Like you learned to hyperachieve, and like the great Kyle that I know now. And I think Kyle is amazing. Like I marvel at all you're able to do so effectively. I'm thinking, wow, well, being raised a closeted gay Mormon teen was what made Kyle so awesome, because you just learned to hyperachieve. And so it's not sounding dark. I know you at the time are struggling with unworthiness, but the way it's playing out in your life is you're learning tons of skills and you're hyperachieving. What I'm guessing is it sets you up for some real disappointments later. That's the real catch here, unless there are other dark things about it at the time that you're not telling me or I'm not seeing.
No, I'm trying to think of like an experience that was really dark, and it really wasn't. Like,
I mean, it sounds like a great upbringing, honestly.
It was a great upbringing. My friends and I, and really I attribute a lot of this to my friends who I think will at some point listen to this episode and just, and remark and remember a lot of our experiences. There was a group of 18 of us that we were really close, and a few of my friends have now come out, which is exciting. I wish I would have known that earlier, but even in that close-knit group of friends, there were a couple of us gay kids who were completely closeted, and we spoke not a word about it, but we did all the fun things. Like we were very engaged and very active in our community. We were all well known in the community, not as the rich kids, the most popular kids, but just as the kids who were creating spaces that were that people wanted to be around. We were the group of kids that always ran around together, and some emulated us, others hated us. That was the great spot to be in. But you're absolutely right. There wasn't anything dark or monstrous about my upbringing. It was all about putting things in compartments and burying them as deep and as unobtainable as possible. Because if I didn't have to face it, didn't have to look at it, didn't have to talk about it, then it didn't exist, and I could just continue going on with normal life. But you're spot on in your analysis that all the things that I was doing in my life were giving me good opportunities. Like, I felt like I was years older than I really was. I was finding I was working at a radio station that was broadcasting to the Salt Lake market, that I was 16 years old as an on-air DJ at a radio station. I mean, who has those opportunities? I was working at a truck stop, 17 years old, late nights, doing graveyard shifts. And then getting up in the morning and going to school.
Work ethic, integrity, character.
100% there.
All those things.
Yeah, 100% there. And
friendships, social
friendships with affluent people. It was just interesting, like, because I was so involved in everything, I started making connections with all kinds of people. The human story was fascinating to me. Like, the human experience was fascinating. Success was fascinating, because I would look at the successes of people. My dad would always tell me, he said, a smart man learns from, let's see, how would he say it? He'd kill me if I botched it. But he would say, a stupid man learns from his own mistakes. A smart man learns from the mistakes of others. So that mantra was really important to me, because I just saw humans functioning in their environment and would learn from the shadows, what they were doing well and where they weren't doing things well. And just mentally, I was able to put that into a folder. And when the time came, I could use the experiences and stories of other people to benefit my experience or benefit my life. I was also a connector. Like, I had the ability to, even though I was young, connect people together in certain situations and certain experiences that allowed them an opportunity to create friendships or community relationships, or even business relationships. And I felt like I had a new knack to that. And I didn't think I was anything special. I didn't think I was anything unique. I just felt like I had an ability to relate to people.
So this is just a reflection point, but it's personal to me, and so I'm just going to introduce it to you just as a pause point. But I'm so obviously I was excommunicated when a lot of my kids were teenagers, and a lot of them were in their early to mid-teen years, and that basically ruined their church experience. So I was talking to my daughter, Claire, about this morning, because let's just say on the one hand, you have the movie The Matrix, the movie The Village, the movie Tangled, all these movies that have kind of the Truman Show, Pleasantville, they all have the same theme, which is that people are raised or find themselves in a world that's artificially constructed, that's not real, but it gives them hope and meaning and structure. And so they're able to kind of thrive within a box because of that structure. And if you look at if you look at the Truman Show, Truman was living a super happy, positive, amazing life within that structure. And there was only one problem with the life. It's that it wasn't real. But the structure was real in the sense that it gave you something to engage in. It gave you social friends. It gave you connections. It gave you scouting. It gave you ability to do your talents. The whole civilization of Utah was built around this structure that may not be real, but it was a structure that was very real. And so you've got this irony of, pushing down who you were, not doing a lot of that self-discovery, hiding and feeling bad about who you were, but then thriving in the artificial structure that was contrived for you. And then you contrast that with, let's just say, a kid raised today who doesn't have Mormonism or a structure like it. Maybe it's an authentic, real upbringing, but maybe that kid can feel super lost, not have a lot of friends, not have a lot of focus, struggle with a lot of anxiety, depression. And that's not fun either. And so I'm really torn, and I wonder if you've ever felt torn about how amazing your upbringing sounds, with the only exception being that you weren't really connected to your authentic self. And then you were making a lot of really important life decisions on what some would argue was a false foundation. Do you get what I'm asking?
100%. And I like where you brought up those movies, because those are all very relatable. In fourth grade, I read Louis Lowrey's The Giver. If you remember that book, it was about a young man named Jonah who so each of these communities were fabricated, controlled communities where people didn't feel emotion. They didn't see color. They only saw things in black and white. They didn't know the meaning of love. They were all these conditioned communities. And there was one person in the community called the Giver, and the Giver had all knowledge, which I don't know if Louis Lowrey was intending on that book to be Jesus Christ being the Giver, but there was one person who, when the Giver was ready to die or pass his talents, he would choose another giver. And that ended up becoming this young man named Jonah. This book changed my world as a fourth grader, because I saw so much of myself in Jonah. I was Jonah. I felt like this whole world lived in black and white, and I saw color, and I heard music, and I felt emotion, and I could not convey that to everyone else around me. That's why The Giver was so powerful to me. And I consumed that book. I think I probably read it at least a dozen times, just over and over and over again, which might be psychologically problematic. But the beauty in the book as well is that, like, Jonah busts out of this world, and that he's then able to share he gives his knowledge to everyone. Like, he disturbs the system. And that meant so much to me that there were Jonahs out there, because I absolutely felt like a Jonah. And to those listeners who are familiar with The Giver, I think that makes sense. And it would be a book, and I know in a lot of elementary schools it's required reading now, but it's a book that I highly recommend for those who feel like they're different. And it's a book I recommend to those in the LGBTQ community, because it kind of gives you a sense of a society that's been controlled long enough, that controlled to believe that you're broken, that you're alone, that you're not worthy, that you're void of spiritual experiences and happiness, and that there's an opportunity to break out of that and find that there's another community out there ready to support you, and that you have the ability to change tomorrow and bring color into the lives of other people. That's what The Giver meant to me. So I understand that completely, and I know what yes, I empathize in that situation.
I'm just saying you must feel like me, I think about my Mormon upbringing as being fantastic in so many ways. You must feel conflicted at all the amazing elements of your almost idyllic Mormon upbringing, to contrast that with kind of where it took you later.
Yes, and this has something to do with authenticity. This is the difficult part about being authentic. When you are in that space, inside, you know who and what you are. The outside is a facade that has been created for the public to see. So all of my achievements, all of those grand things that I was doing, the multiple jobs, the good grades, the high scores, the scholarships into universities, all those were just the facade that I had created. If you really knew who I was, would you give me a scholarship? Would you give me a job? Would you want to be seen in public with me? Would you really want me? Because who I really am is what I've created you to see and created you to believe. And that's where we get into this problem with authenticity. When someone says, what is it like to be authentic? Being authentic is, and the comment starting this podcast episode was adulation. When someone would come to you and say, you're brilliant, you are a genius, you have been able to do this has been remarkable. I can't accept that, because what you see and the products that you are adulating are just the facade that created that, not really me. And that's the disconnect that's really hard in this space. And that's the disconnect that I had a hard time with, even though I was controlling so much of my environment, and I really have some natural talents. I was just behind a curtain, pressing all the buttons. And what you were seeing was Oz. And behind that curtain was just someone who was insecure and unsure of himself and not sure what was up, down, east, west, north, south. And that was a difficult part. And when we talk about coming out and authenticity and honesty, the coming out is not only breaking down those walls and ridding that facade, but it's also rebuilding all those things so people can believe that you are capable of building and creating the things that you did before. So it's a double-edged sword, and that is the crash that comes a little later in life.
Yeah, because if you're loved, but you're loved for not being you, you're loved for being some mirage that you're projecting back to other people of what they want you to be, you can't really experience love because all you're experiencing is people loving the projection that they wanted you to give them. Does that make sense?
It makes complete sense. And a listener is going to side with that because they know that not only have they been on both sides of that, they have given love to inauthentic people, but they've also wanted love inauthentically. You often do things just to push the narrative forward in order to push the narrative forward and receive some of that connection. On the flip side, you have all those experiences that lead up to an eventual crash. It's not sustainable.
Exactly.
Those
it sets you up for a big fall.
100%, because at the end of the day, my sexuality isn't going to change, and you come to that realization. And then what I will refer to as the collateral damage principle, we can talk about later, where you look back and realize that in the wake of your destruction, you have collateral damage, which is a wife and children and coworkers and employees and businesses and all these things that you have destroyed or created in an inauthentic method that had nothing to do with who and what you really are. And that is collateral damage and difficult.
It's kind of like building your house upon the sand. It crumbles because it's not built on the rock of authenticity.
Completely correct.
And having a lot of other people's lives impacted by the fact that you were encouraged to build your house on sand.
Yeah, and so my journey through this whole story, I mean, it started as a young kid in a semi-active to inactive family, and I'm raising myself through the church a little bit. I get a good group of friends who have been very beneficial to my well-being. We all go on missions. I decide I'm going to go on missions. I had moved to a new community, another fresh start. I look back and I'm seeing like the benefit to my whole life has been fresh starts. Like I've always been able to reset. And when things got to the point where I was almost ready to crash, fortunately, due to circumstances sometimes beyond my own control, my parents would move and we'd move into a new area. So I was able to restart all over again, take what I'd learned previous and build again and realize that I didn't have to live in my mistakes anymore and I could move forward again. So the mission did that for me. I graduate high school. No.
So I think let's go back because when you found that pamphlet, it was mission, marriage, children.
That's right.
Right?
Yep.
Should we go back to that?
Yeah.
Mission, marriage, children.
And so clearly, like if this was the road less traveled, then I needed to figure out how to best navigate that world. And I graduated at 17 from high school, and when I was in those old days, you served a mission at 19, so I had a year in between my graduation and the time that I needed to serve a mission. My parents were ultimately supportive of me serving a mission. I was also the oldest, so there weren't any other siblings for me to look back on. But I had planned on serving a mission because most of my friends had already went. I was among the youngest, the tail end of the youngest of the group of friends, and so I chose to go to school. I actually did get a scholarship to BYU that I had applied for, and in fact, I had a number of scholarship opportunities, but because of my dad's occupation, he had paid into an endowment fund among the employees of the Utah Department of Corrections for a scholarship to Snow College, which was the local regional college at the time, still a college. And because my dad he always would talk about him dumping like $6 a paycheck into this endowment fund. And at the end of each year, the children of the employees who were going to attend the college could divide that money up, and that's how it was paid. So I had a full ride scholarship to Snow College.
Is that in Ephraim?
Ephraim. Yeah. In addition to, I'd received a couple local scholarships, also a scholarship at Snow, and then my dad's endowment fund through work meant that I could go to Snow 100% free. It was close to home. I had a year, and it also would make my dad proud. So I went to Snow College for a year. I navigated those same feelings, but also it was a fresh start. I jumped into school and I actually hated it. I hated university. I hated college life. And a lot of that was because I just wanted to get on a mission and get home and do something with my life. I just didn't ever feel like my year at school was beneficial to me. I went to school. The other part of that were at Snow College. A lot of the professors that taught at Snow College were also my high school teachers. Mm. So it was interesting. Like they were working part-time at the high school, and then the other part, they were doing night classes or something at the university. So there was a lot of, and some of the teachers that I had in elementary school were also now professors or teachers at this college, at Snow College. So it just was all too familiar to me. There were just too many familiar faces. And I didn't do what I wanted to do at Snow College, I guess. I also knew where I had my eye on the prize. I wanted to get on a mission, and Snow College wasn't a place for me to really date, to get into relationships, because I knew like a lot of things weren't working. But I also wanted to have a little bit of a college life as well. So, I mean, I did do a little dating. I went to some of the dances and balls, but it was always I always felt disconnected at college. And my roommate in college was also the same kid that I sat in a car with looking at a Playboy as an 11-year-old kid. He was just a child, one of my best friends growing up. And he was also my roommate. And I remember laying one night in bed, and he said, "Kyle, can I ask you a question?" And my heart sunk because I knew exactly what he was going to ask me. And it was as if all the air had left the room. I couldn't move my arms. I was laying in bed, petrified and panicked, just the tone in which he was asking this question. "Can I ask you a question?" And I mean, just the weight of the world fell on me. And he asked me if I was gay. And it took all of the energy that I had left in my body to lie to him. Not because I was ashamed, not because I didn't have the honest answer, not that I was not prepared to give him the answer. I was more worried about what did I do, what in my character or what in my life would lead him to ask that question. I thought I had covered my trail everywhere I went. I thought I was doing everything possible to just keep this as closeted and hidden as possible, but I messed up somewhere. Like somewhere along the road, I had made a mistake. I wasn't worried about answering his question. I was trying to figure out in my mind the pressure, the weight, the sweaty. That all was that was me recalculating every step, recontemplating every conversation, trying to figure out where I made a misstep. And that crushed me. That was I have got to get on this mission and I have got to get moving. Like I need to mission marriage children. I have to get rid of this as quickly and as efficiently as possible.
Did you ask him, why did you ask me that question? What makes you think so? Did he give you any info on that?
No. And I said, of course not. And I think I did say, like, why would you ask that? And he's like, I just wondered. I do need to have that.
Gaslit him.
100%. Like, why would you even ask a question like that? Knowing what I know now, I do need to reach out to him and just ask, just for my own personal. I need to know why, like what happened, like what were the steps?
Well, let me ask you. I was dying to ask you this right before. In all those teen years, had you ever tried to kiss a girl? Had you ever tried to have like a going together kind of girlfriend-boyfriend relationship? Had you ever had a girlfriend? Any of that?
Never had a girlfriend. I dated. Okay. So in high school, yeah, I took some girls to dates, to dances, and they were friends. Like, and I didn't just ask people that were just random people that I thought would say yes. Like there was connection, there was friendship connection there, and Never anybody that I was wanting to date long term. I didn't ask somebody out on a junior prom with the intent of hoping to spark a relationship. Just that language wasn't there for me. The ability to naturally make a relationship work with a girl just didn't work for me. I just didn't know. Not only did I not know how to do that, I had no desire to make that happen. So I wasn't. It wasn't something that I needed to invest energy into because I just didn't feel like it was natural enough to want. And so I had plenty of high school relationships, but never a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship ever. Even going into college at Snow, I went on a number of dates. And in fact, still some of my Facebook friends today that we interact with were girls that I took on a couple dates. And I wasn't a prolific dater. I'm talking about like maybe 3 or 4 in the whole time that I was at Snow on a couple dates. And then I also wasn't that typical, the stereotypical gay guy who had all of his best friends were girls. The majority of my best friends were all guys who were all on missions, and we were riding back and forth. And in that space at that time, my best friends were guys. But also, in my defense to them listening to this episode later, it also wasn't because all my best friends were guys. It wasn't because of crushes either. I don't remember I really can't recall an opportunity where I felt like I was crushing on any of my best friends because that wasn't the space I was in. I was Mormon. Like I was not trying to grow this little demon that I felt was inside of me. I was doing everything I could do to avoid it.
Packing it down.
Yeah. And I had no interest to date men, and I had no interest to date women. I just had interest in moving forward. And eventually I thought perhaps if this all went away, that I could just live a typical normal life.
So it sounds like prior to your mission, you'd never fallen in love with a woman or a man. And you had never had any romantic experiences with anyone.
No.
Is that right?
Yeah. No.
And I'm thinking about my childhood. I was, forgive me, I was making out with girls starting in 7th grade. You couldn't hold me back. Like I had my limits. I was living the law of chastity. But I was having girlfriend after girlfriend after girlfriend, making out with lots of girls. Like that. So, I mean, it could have been your friend just noticed that none of that stuff was a part of your life.
Yeah. The first girl I kissed was my wife.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. I just could not bring myself to do it. There was an element to that too, just bringing up the church, that I think might be familiar to other gay men. It is, we use the church's doctrine as our cover, the sacred nature of women, like the ability to treat women only, not as objects, but as daughters of God. That really played well into my scenario, because when people were wondering why I wasn't interested in pornography, why I wasn't interested in, scantily clad women or going to beaches or watching HBO's Real Sex, it was because I valued the sanctity of a woman. Like I had used those church's teachings of chastity and understanding the value of a woman's personal worth for as much as the church teaches to my benefit. That way I could use that as great cover. And I do remember cognitively thinking of that, thinking that that's such an easy out for me because I have no interest in women at all. Therefore, I can just hide behind the church's teachings of chastity as the very reason why I'm this way. And it made a lot of sense. It made a lot of sense to me.
Wow. Well, okay. So your friend asks you that question, you gaslight him, pack it right back down, but that increases. I mean, I can see why you were hating your freshman year. You weren't you.
No.
You were living some life other people had put you on, and you were waiting like so many gay Mormon men. You know, there's always this idea that these broken ideas that, oh, you're gay because your parents didn't raise you right. Well, your parents were awesome, it sounds like, right? Other than, imperfect, but like you had a great upbringing. Your dad 100%. Was involved, and, all those stereotypes about a distant father and an overbearing mother, none of that applies. Then there's the one that you're gay because you were sexually abused at some point, and then there's the one where you're gay because you experimented and you masturbate, even though all the heterosexual boys are masturbating, somehow you're gay because you masturbate or because you experimented in some way. And almost without fail, the people that I've interviewed on Mormon Stories, none of those things, even existed, let alone, would be attributable to who you just were from the very beginning.
Yeah. And you brought that up, like in those manuals, those very things, an overbearing mother, a distant father, masturbation, and then
there's zero science for, social science for, by the way.
100%. Yeah. Zero.
Yeah.
Which is also the basis behind the conversion therapy programs, which is the reason why they have been outlawed and discontinued for those very reasons. They're just not sustainable ideas. And so I triggered, the one that I had to do the check mark on was the masturbation. Like that was the reason why
that's it.
was gay. Yeah. I had fallen into those temptations. That little factory had started and I didn't know how to stop it until I could figure out how to stop it.
You did it. You did it to yourself.
I did it to myself. Yeah. Because it absolutely wasn't an overbearing mother and a distant father. And so I was my own worst enemy, and those were things that I had to work out through. So here I am in college again. Yeah, freshman year was just a tough year. I skated through. I burned through my dad's endowment fund. I enjoyed all the scholarships. I ate Totino's pizzas. I experienced the university life that was fun. Like I worked at the little library at Snow, and it was a lot of fun because that's where I could study and also work at the same time. Part of my one scholarship required that I had to do some type of community service at the university. So I donated 2 hours and worked 4 hours. So it's like a 6-hour shift at the library, which was fun because I was able to meet some people. And I also, going through the freshman year, my roommate and I were only a month apart in age. So we were both getting ready to leave on missions at the same time. So I really looked forward to that opportunity of finally just bagging university college life and moving on. And so I lived about a half hour away from campus. And I do remember I didn't ever participate in church at college. And this might be a key point. This was a little bit of deception on my part because I do remember the elders quorum president and the bishop of my singles ward at college stopping by and asking us why we weren't, myself and my other roommate, who was a return missionary, weren't going to church at all. Well, I was lying and saying I was going to my home ward when really most weekends I'd stay at school or go with friends somewhere. So I wasn't overly active in church even at that point because I just felt like I just needed to get out of this. I felt kind of like church was a little bit of a shame game for me. That was still really triggering in terms of the doctrine. I just needed to get out into the mission field. And so I was just waiting for my mission. I was just waiting to leave on my mission. And so I do remember, and I don't know if there has any validity, honestly. I just do remember telling my bishop who, I want to say even one of his counselors, he was one of the Osmonds. I can't remember the deaf Osmond.
Alan.
Yeah, Alan was in our ward there, in that singles ward, and his cousin, his nephew Shane was one of my friends. Shane Osmond was one of my friends in school as well, and just interesting connections. But I ended up doing most of my mission interviews, and in fact, all of my mission interviews with my home ward stake president. I had no real connection to any bishopric or stake presidency while at school. So a part of me wanted to, at some point, I had contemplated as I moved to Ephraim to come out to my bishop or stake president there in an interview, just to get that off of my back, feeling like I owed that to God to make that known to somebody. Because at this point I hadn't told anybody. It was so buried that it was the demon that existed, this elephant in the room, but I hadn't given it a name and I refused to acknowledge it. So I thought maybe this could be a good opportunity as I went to college to have an opportunity to spill my beans. And I didn't. I ended up doing all my mission interviews with my stake president in my Nephi, Utah stake. He did ask about masturbation, and I panicked. And he asked it in a way that allowed me to answer it humorously. He said, "Do you have a problem with masturbation?" And I said, It works just fine. Or seems to work just fine. And he chuckled just like you chuckled, and that was it. Like, we just moved on past that. He didn't elaborate further. And that was such a relief to me. It was as if the heavens opened. It was one of those opportunities that for me just meant the absolute world, because that was something that I had beat myself up over so much. And it wasn't even a prolific, I didn't even consider it a prolific problem. It was just one of those things that I had carried with me, and the shame surrounding that had just eaten me alive. And in 5 minutes, so much of that was gone, just by a little chuckle and moving on to the next question. President Kennison saved my experience in that very moment, because I felt like for a second I could be 100% worthy to serve a mission, because I really felt like that was the only thing that would have kept me from serving a mission. I hadn't done anything. I was completely chaste, and that experience really ate at me. And so here, wrapped up in this whole burrito of shame, were all these life experiences that I had ran from, based off of something that I had started within myself that I later learned was very natural, and it was gone in just a couple minutes. And I ended up getting a recommendation to serve, and put in my mission papers, and I was called to the Michigan Lansing mission. And I needed to report to the MTC in August. It was August 21st of 2001. And I was so excited. Like, I was excited to go anywhere, but I was excited to finally be able to begin this process of moving on with my life. And now, after having that conversation with my stake president and getting into the MTC, I was completely little factory free. Like, everything was, it just seemed like all the worries, like I had no problems with masturbation. I had no problems with anything. I went into the MTC 100% ready to serve, and I had a good MTC experience. Just typical. I was English speaking, so I didn't have, I had a 3-week stay at the MTC. One of my friends from Nephi that I went to high school with, he was in the MTC at the same time I was. So it was nice to be able to see a friend every now and then. But he was the last of our big group of friends from high school that was going into the mission field. He was heading to Argentina, and I was going to Michigan. And I jumped into the mission field, eyes wide open, ready to serve, 100% ready to serve.
I love it. This is going back just a tiny bit, but I'm thinking about, I just have to ask you about this. I'm thinking about that question your roommate asks you your freshman year, if you're gay or not, and then what that does to your mind, to your fear, to your personality. From that point further, how could you not always be wondering, number one, are you doing anything else that would give someone that impression? And then two, wondering what might happen if somebody else finds out, and then always trying to beat that back. I don't know. Maybe I'm just imposing something onto you, but living after that question, the question's one thing, but living day to day afterwards, I could imagine it being something that could really weigh on you.
Oh, it changed me. It changed me in a number of ways. The question was hard because it forced me to analyze a section of my life that I thought I had covered my tracks well enough that I didn't have to revisit. And that aspect of it was difficult because it caused way too much retrospect, that I now realize that I was wasting so much energy in double thinking and second guessing all of my decisions that it harmed me. And in fact, as you bring that up, and as I think of it, I wonder if that was part of my negative freshman year experience in school. Just the fact that instead of losing myself in my education and the experience, I lost myself in worrying about what other people thought of me and what I could do that might trigger, but also knowing that here was my roommate who were likely looking for additional signs. And so my relationship with him were also strained, and that become different. So yeah, that makes perfect sense. And it took a lot of wind out of my sails because I lost a lot of forward momentum. When you think you're riding high and escaping, I mean, you're on the lam, and it doesn't matter what happens. You're just moving forward and not a care in the world. But when those brakes hit, then it takes a lot of momentum to start back up again. Maybe it goes back to what we talked about earlier, just the bandwidth. All that bandwidth that I spent, now redoubling, tripling down on my efforts to be something that I wasn't, took away a lot of energy that I could have used in other places.
Yeah. That's hard. I'm so sorry. So Lansing, Michigan is where Michigan State University is, the Fighting Spartans. I've been there actually. Well, and it's also like, Michigan and the automotive industry, there's been a lot of poverty and, job displacement and stuff. What was that mission like? Anything you want to share about that, or? Yeah,
it was a beautiful area. If the Midwest is beautiful, especially the moist and humid Midwest, just green and lakes and rivers and just beauty all around. I served, the majority of my mission was in the northern part of Michigan, so rural, backwoods Michigan.
Ooper? Are they Oopers, are they called?
Upers. Yeah, which is a play on the UP.
They talk funny, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, say out to the UP, eh?
Yeah. Upers, yeah.
The Upers, so the UP is the Upper Peninsula, right. The abbreviation of the Upper Peninsula, and so those are the Upers, eh?
I worked at Arthur Anderson in Chicago, and for some reason they hired a lot of Upers. Upers? Upers.
Yooper.
And they had their own identity. They were really proud of it.
Oh, yeah.
And they talked super different. And I just remembered that out of the back of my mind. So I had to throw that in.
Yeah. So,
Upers.
Yeah. So, historically, the Upper Peninsula of Michigan is rich in copper. And so the Finnish copper miners would come into the Upper Peninsula, and lots of Finnish. And that's where that dialect comes from. So as all these people immigrated into Michigan, the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and even into Canada to mine copper, that's the mix of Finnish and English creates that Midwest dialect. And as people filtered down through Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Chicago, that is a lot of that Finnish dialect that's coming through those original copper miners. So yeah, Michigan didn't escape that. The UP, in fact, there's a music band, kind of a satire, kind of a Weird Al band up there called the Upers. It is its own world up there. So I did serve a little bit up in the UP. I started in a little area called Hart, Michigan, which was just a fantastic little small branch of the church. I had good success there. My mission trainer was an Alaskan Native. He was not an Eskimo. We learned that in every appointment where someone would say, "Oh, you're from Alaska? You're an Eskimo," and how that was inappropriate. He was an Alaskan Native, Inuit. The mission was just portion of my mission was really great. I served under a mission president that I thought for sure would become a general authority at some point. So I had a mission president the first half of my mission, and the second half I switched out mission presidents. From Hart, I moved to a little community called Houghton Lake, and Houghton Lake was right in the very center of the state. And it also had just escorted Von J. Featherstone away, as he excommunicated most of a branch in neighboring West Branch, Michigan.
Is that a story worth telling?
Well, it's interesting because...
what's the place called again?
West Branch. So West Branch of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. A little city called West Branch, Michigan. There was and they had a nice little chapel in West Branch. It seemed to be kind of the not even an economic hub. It was an area where there was a lot of Mormons, just a pocket of Mormons. And there were a pocket of very devout Orthodox Mormons who just couldn't toe the rope. They lived their own method of Mormonism. And being in the middle of Michigan, away from Zion enough, they got away with a lot of weird Orthodox teachings. Some of them along the lines of the Doctrine and Covenants and Word of Wisdom. Section 89, they refused to eat bread or flour because it was not corn or wheat in its natural state. As the Doctrine and Covenant says, ice was forbidden because it was water in its unnatural state.
Oh no.
Yeah, they were over the top weird. Just very orthodox, super Danonite, what you would say like Des Not today, just over the top.
Just fundamentalist.
Fundamentalist, absolutely. Yeah. And that was what the church had to deal with in West Branch. And so they jumped into West Branch to clean it up and gave them.
Was there polygamy, you think?
I don't know of any polygamy. Honestly, I'm almost certain something like that. There were, if not direct polygamy, some type of spiritual wifery was likely taking place. So Vaughn J. Featherstone goes in and just sweeps through and clears out the West Branch, excommunicates or disfellowships a large portion of the branch, which is essentially one or two families in this branch of 60 or so members. And they shut that branch down and open up a new branch 30 miles away. And I was called into that branch to open it up as a brand new. I had only been a missionary for 3 months. And my mission president moved me into the Houghton Lake branch and said, you're going to open up a new branch with a new missionary. And here's the backstory about this area. Go to town. And we needed to form a branch presidency. We had to find a place to meet. The church did none of this. They just said, we're dissolving the West Branch branch. The members that are left over there, they're going to travel 30 miles into this new branch. There are a couple of members in this area to choose from, assemble a church.
Were you branch president?
I was. So they came in and we rented this little apartment and this apartment was right on the main drag, but it had a little commercial building next to it. The commercial building was other apartments that they just gutted and turned into open space. So they ended up, we cleared out this commercial space, remodeled it, and created a branch. Before that, until that happened, we were meeting in a member's home, a member who ended up becoming the branch president as well. We met in his little chalet. There were a handful of members, probably 10, 12. To me, this was Zion. This was, thinking back into my Jamboree days and learning the April 6th, 1830 version of Mormonism, 6 men in Palmyra, New York, meeting together to form the church. I was having my own Palmyra moment as a 3-month-old missionary.
Yeah.
It was Zion to me. I was in full control, really, of this little branch, and it was really exciting because we were bringing Zion out of the dust and recreating something. And so it was fun. And so this area I served in for a year. My mission president parked me there and left me. So much so that I thought the next step in life was probably to run for mayor of this little city because I knew everyone. We had good experiences there. In fact, I'll share another fun experience of that little city. We went to visit I rarely door knocked. The only time I ever door knocked was when I had a new missionary, because the White Handbook number 17 in the White Handbook was in methods to find people was door knocking and personal tracting. And so it was in the White Handbook, so I would do it once when I had a new missionary. We ended up door knocking into a little family, an older couple, Basil and Grace Sierra Matero was their name. He owned a little muffler business, kind of like a Jiffy Lube. They did mufflers and oil changes in this little city. And then from there, he and his sons had branched out and then franchised. But they were a great old Catholic couple who, when we door knocked into them, they were super wonderful to let us in and always invited us to dinner, which we never accepted, except on one occasion. They were very Catholic. They were not prospects to get baptized into the church at all, but they were fun. And they liked us, and they lived right down the road. So one day they did invite us in the summertime over for a dinner, and they were having a guest come to visit, and they wanted us to meet him. And it was supposed to be just a don't push your religion on him, and he won't push his religion on you. And we were excited to meet him. And we went to dinner, had a great meal with this guy from New York that was the Sierra Matero's friend. And at the end of the meal, after really a great meal and a great opportunity to chat, we finally put all the connections together. His name was Tim Dolan from New York. He was the cardinal of Catholic Church. Was
Ooh, yeah,
great friend.
That's where I've heard that name.
Cardinal Timothy Dolan, and here he was in this little Houghton Lake, Michigan.
So is this a story of the priest that was a pedophile?
No. Tim Dolan is still a cardinal.
Okay.
But at that same time, throughout my whole mission, that was definitely going on in the Catholic Church.
Okay.
And maybe Cardinal Dolan had some influence in maybe one of the dioceses or something, but he wasn't charged with anything. He's actually just a really great, sweet, gentle guy.
So you've met him.
Yeah. Without even knowing who he was. It wasn't until like the very, and I didn't even understand Catholicism enough to even, he wasn't portrayed as like what we would consider an apostle in the church at all. I mean, that's his equivalency as an apostle in the LDS church. And I had no idea who he was. The name had finally clicked for a second, like, oh, Cardinal Timothy Dolan, like that makes sense. And the reason why it clicked was months prior, September 11th, 2011 happened on my mission. And I just remember what little we were able to watch in TV. I do remember that name and just a little bit of that discussion. At the same time, I remember Hinckley going on TV a lot. And it seems like I remember Hinckley also giving a prayer during the National Day of Remembrance or something at that point. So there was a little mention of Hinckley in the news around 9/11. There was also some mention of Cardinal Dolan, especially because Michiganders are predominantly Catholic. So a little further down that road, though, the Catholic scandals were happening. The priest pedophilia scandals were happening.
That stuff.
So much molestation going on, and uncovering that. We would deliver copies of the Book of Mormon or a Bible to someone. We'd always ask them what religion they were, and they would more often than not would say, well, we were Catholic. We don't know what we are right now. Mm-hmm. During that whole scandal, which was interesting to us because I thought, here's our play. Like, if we really want to get in and teach a lot of these Catholics, then this is our opportunity, beat them while they're vulnerable. And so my companions and I, we attended Catholic Mass a couple times just to become more familiar with the Catholics in the area, and had great success.
Competitive research.
Yeah. I had more success baptizing the Community of Christ members than I did the Catholics. But that little city was fun. Like we were able to grow the church into a branch. And I want to say today their award, I'm almost sure that their award, they have their own building now. And most of the old-timers, all of the original leadership have all passed away. Some of the old women that were old then are still alive and kicking somehow, which were dear friends. And I made good friends with, there was a senior missionary couple that come in that I helped train them. They become just sweet friends as well. Multiple companionships after a year. I mean, I was there so long that I was training just so many new missionaries were coming in and out, but it was a fun area. It was a good area to grow and learn in.
Yeah. I'm just going to say on my mission, I was branch president twice. And one of the two times I was called to open up an area, start up a branch, and then build it. And then, it became its own ward and had its own chapel someday. And what an amazing opportunity. Again, going back to this theme of high school, what kid at age 20 or 21 gets such a phenomenal leadership opportunity to create lifelong lasting memories? That's a cool experience.
And it's all part of this validation too, like this self-validation too. So maybe I'm not as far off as I think I am. And it was beautifully meaningful to me. And I really just moved forward with the rest of my mission with that same attitude. It also has this prideful, unstoppable aura to it too, which is also notable. Like when you become more powerful than you think you are, that has its side effects and repercussions as well. But from Houghton Lake, I moved to northern Michigan, to the very top of the Lower Peninsula, up in an area they call the Straits of Mackinac. which is where there's a bridge that connects the Upper Peninsula and the Lower Peninsula. And I just served right at the very top of that area called Sheboygan, a city called Sheboygan, which then allowed me to cover the UP, the Upper Peninsula, a little city called St. Ignace, which was just fascinating. There was another island there called Mackinac Island, which is a big tourist area. I was in my area. So I met a wide variety of good Mormons up there, also crazy Mormons. I learned about how mission presidents are called. A branch president up in that area who was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, just wanted to be everything in Mormonism, wrote letters, tried to buy influence. He wanted to be a mission president so bad his teeth ached, and spent his whole life just trying. I mean, even during the whole Von J. Featherstone experience, he infused himself into that whole disaster just to be on the radar. And he always just kept saying, like, there's excellent saints out here in the mission field, and the church just doesn't know about us because we haven't made ourselves known. And I always balked at him because that's not how people are called. People are called of God by authority and by revelation, not by peddling your influence. Little did I know. And so here was this branch president in this branch who taught me all about peddling influence. And the more he would explain to me how the handcarts are pushed all the way to Zion, the more I fought back against it because that was not the Mormonism that I knew. So Sheboygan was an interesting experience for me because I saw through this branch president the inner workings, in his opinion, the inner workings of how the sausage is made in Mormonism, and it was just fascinating.
Did the guy get called in the mission as a mission president?
Never did.
Oh, okay.
No, never did.
Okay.
He ended up buying a home in Salt Lake as a vacation home so he could stay closer to 50 North Temple. I mean, just all the things, again, think of all the wasted bandwidth, all the things that he could have done in his life, but he spent it all trying to become a general authority or a mission president or anything greater than a former branch president of a Northern Michigan branch. And that also hurt him. Like I didn't have fond experiences with him, but I do empathize and I agonize a little in his pain because he had potential and clearly he was probably qualified for a lot of things, but because he didn't live close to Mecca, he was denied a lot of those opportunities. And he was one that, I mean, we'll talk about him praying over the kitchen table about becoming the prophet of the church. Like he just knew in his heart he was going to be the prophet. And so it was sad to watch him in his pain. But at the same time, it was easy for me to say, when you aspire to callings like this, I mean, I remember Mormon ads that talked about people like you, aspire higher, not in your callings, but in your ability to do good things. And so I always just thought, I mean, he sowed his own oats. So this is his opportunity to reap his benefits.
Fascinating. Okay. Anything else about your mission before we kind of? No,
other than the second part of my mission, or the second half of my mission was with a new mission president that proved to be fairly influential in my life. He and I become really, really close in the mission field, not uber close as best friends, but we just developed a friendship. He also knew to trust me. And I become a missionary that would take care of a handful of problematic missionaries. Also had leadership callings throughout the mission. Never an AP, zone leader multiple times, but I trained. I think I maybe trained 8 or 10 new missionaries. Which was significant in a stateside mission to have an influx of that many new missionaries. Had a handful of missionaries that were tough, that didn't want to work, but stayed on their mission. And then just spent a lot of my time training missionaries to be better missionaries. I was a member missionary worker. I had success, a high number of baptisms, good success in the mission field. But a lot of that was just learning to work with members and teaching the missionaries how to work with members, teaching the missionaries to be normal human beings with the ability to connect with other humans. The Ballard had also changed the bar to missionary service has been raised during that part of my mission. And we're looking for higher and better, more well-qualified missionaries. I was among that group of missionaries currently serving that then had to weed through the new missionaries that were coming out. And so in my mission, the bar had already been raised. Like if we were to increase numbers and baptize more, we had to do it more effectively. And by effective work, it was bagging the door knocking, getting rid of the rote memorization of discussions and all of the garbage that the church had created to put all the soldiers in line. And if we really wanted to effectively baptize people, we needed to treat people like humans, and we needed to speak at their level, and we needed to treat them with respect. We needed to honor their lived traditions. And those are all things that I tried to help new missionaries understand, that it wasn't just running into an area. And Bruce R. McConkie has something called My Mission Commission that we had to recite every morning. And that mission commission said that our authority is above that of the kings of the earth, that we are called of God to say and do the very same things Christ would say if he were here personally ministering to the people by which we were called to serve. And that's super prideful when you read through that mission commission, because it essentially says a number of things that are harmful, that if I say something as an authority, as a missionary, it is as if God was saying those things. That is my mission commission. That is what happens when you're called and set apart as a missionary. So that idea was really prevalent in our mission, that no, I said it as a missionary. It was as if God said it. And that level of pride, and when you knocked on a door, it was almost the dusting of your feet type mentality in the mission. And so a lot of that we had to break down and just get rid of and say, we are not baptizing people with lemonade here. We have to bring them in with honey, and we have to teach them at their level and get to understand their religion a little bit and side with them. That's why that Hinckley quote about allowing people to bring with you the good parts of your religion and allow us to add upon it.
See if we can add to it. Yeah.
That was my methodology. And doing that was working with members, because I knew members had friends. And if friends were members with, or if there were people who were friends with other Mormons, that meant that the fact that the religion alone wasn't enough to run away. So therefore, that they were already preconditioned to find some favor in Mormonism. So finding friends who were friends of friends was a good opportunity for us to teach. And I used that network pool, just like every good multi-level marketing system was designed to exploit. And that's how I was able to effectively teach people. Not that what I thought was at that time a sham, but it was just the method that I used to become an effective missionary and to be able to share the message as best possible. So during that experience, I just become good friends with my mission president, and we ended up, we'll get to the part a little later, but ended up creating a friendship that lasted long beyond the mission field. And so it was just a good opportunity to not only serve spiritually, but get to become temporally and on a more friendship level, friends with a person of authority, or like your mission president. And
are you not using his name? And I'm supportive either way.
Oh yeah, my mission president was Scott Gardner.
The first one.
My first mission president was Kenneth Church.
Okay, and then the second one.
And he's kind of from this like the Mill Creek area. So President Church was my first mission president. Kenneth Church was my first mission president, and then Scott Gardner was my second mission president.
Okay. Anything else about the mission?
No.
Oh, were you trying? I guess I want to make this explicit. Did you go into a mission with the understanding, I think you've already told us, that if you're a super faithful missionary, that maybe God would take your gayness away?
Yeah.
And was that conscious? Well, did you have that impression? And then was that conscious or kind of unconscious for you?
It 100% was my experience, because, and when you say, is that everything on the mission? Yes, because now I want to tell you about sitting in the airplane at the Salt Lake City airport, because I completed my mission, served honorably, for all intents and purposes, like had a really great mission. Like there are not many mission rules other than ditching my area to go to Hell, Michigan for a photo op and some ice cream, that I didn't break any mission rules. Like super faithful, super obedient. So I felt like, there were plenty of opportunities that I look back saying if I would have done something differently, an outcome would have been remarkably different, but I didn't have any long-term or overall regrets about serving. I get home, I get on the airport and I think I left out of Lansing, fly into Salt Lake City, sitting in the airplane, and it hit me like nothing I'd ever felt before. I'm still gay. Like, it was so profound that here I had spent, and both cognitively and then maybe incognito, and knowing that my mission was designed to rid me of my sexuality, or at least help me overcome it in my mind, that here was that moment where I got off of the airplane and I was supposed to feel something different. And there were maybe some, there were some points throughout my mission where I'd just check in with myself and try to say, am I completely rid of this? Do I still have those thoughts or feelings? And when they were still there, or I'd bring them up, I just know that I have to work a little harder, or do something more that would hide those feelings or bury them or distract me from them. When I got off the airplane, I'm sitting in the Salt Lake airport, walking through the concourse, just replaying this in my brain. I'm still gay. And in fact, I remember saying to myself as I got off the plane, damn it, I'm still gay. And I don't ever swear, ever. But that was the first thing that came to my mind as I stepped over the threshold onto the sky bridge at the airport. Like, it was as if the airplane was still my mission, but the sky bridge was Utah. And I had stepped into Utah out of the mission field, and I was still gay. And as I'm walking, and this is the old part of the Salt Lake airport, which isn't from the sky bridge, a concourse down into the area to meet your family, wasn't much of a jaunt at all. So there wasn't a lot of time there. But I do remember coming down the escalator and not wanting to disappoint my family at all, but just knowing that I gave my mission everything, and that zero regrets, just no regrets. And I was ready to move on. But it was down that escalator, about halfway down the escalator, that I had this epiphany. And it was the pamphlet again. Mission, marriage, children. For the first time, it had dawned on me. I was only a third of the way there. I'd only served my mission. If this was to go away completely, marriage was 2/3, and children was the full gamut. That's why. And so immediately, halfway down this escalator, I was alive again. I hadn't had to worry about it. I was only a third of the way there. So there I was. There was an opportunity to re-embrace, just like opportunities that I had in my past. It was a new leaf.
It's like the horse or the donkey with the carrot. You know, that carrot's just being dangled. And it's like, oh, well, just a little more. If I just keep going a little more, I'll get that carrot. I don't mean to be glib or like but that's kind of what comes to my mind.
Oh, what tangled webs we weave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a little more, Kyle.
Just a little more.
A couple more years.
But isn't that Mormonism? Like, isn't that what we're taught in the church?
I call it the hamster wheel of worthiness, right?
Yeah. And I call it the rocking chair philosophy. And I'll talk about this later a lot, because I do it with a lot of people that I talk with in the LGBTQ space. But it is sitting in a rocking chair, rocking back and forth, expending all of your energy. It's like, and I say worry is like trying to get somewhere in a rocking chair. All of that energy, when you're finally tired and exhausted, you stand up and you didn't go anywhere. You're still in the exact same position that you started in.
Yeah.
And that's kind of this whole methodology.
It's a hamster wheel.
It's a hamster wheel,
right?
All that energy.
You're just spinning.
When you fall off, you're dizzy, you're nauseated, and you're still in the same spot again.
Yeah, you went nowhere.
But here I was heading down the escalator, and I had to embrace my mom, and I was excited to see my family again. But really, the last thing on my mind at that point was sexuality. Like, I wasn't fixated on that. I was excited to be home. I was excited to get back into school and just really begin my life again. Because I knew what that's
1/3.
Yeah, I knew what that second part looked like, and I had zero interest in looking forward to it. Scary, actually.
Why?
Because I had no desire prior to my mission of dating, long-term dating. So that was pretty ingrained in my brain that I didn't feel like I was ever compatible. I didn't feel like I was good at dating. I didn't feel like I ever was taught how to date. All these things start rolling through my brain. So I previously mentioned that I worked for a radio station. The radio station that I worked for had been purchased by a new owner. So the original gentleman that I worked with, my original boss that I worked with, had purchased another radio station in the far out, distant land of Vernal, Utah, in the middle of nowhere. And he kind of was he wrote me throughout my mission, just kind of a general, just super friendly. How are things going? Like we had created a good friendship while I worked for him at his radio station. We just kept in touch. He become a much more prolific writer the last 6 or 8 weeks of my mission because he knew I was getting close to coming home. He also knew I was in between semesters of college. So he offered to give me a job at his radio station. And I moved out to Vernal 5 days after coming home from my mission in order to go work for this radio station in between semesters of school. I planned on going to BYU and attending law school there was my ultimate goal that I really had kind of planned and prepared for. So I moved to Vernal 5 days after coming home from my mission and moved in with his family, they were super gracious in giving me a couch to crash on and a place to stay. And in there, I attended the family ward. So you come home from a mission, you're on that spiritual high, but also I was in this weird space too, where when you leave a mission and when you come home from that mission high, my mission president warned me about it on my exit interview, just how you're on cloud 9 at this point and really excited about moving forward. And when cloud 9 kind of disintegrates, where you fall is where the rest of your life will become. And so it was important for me to try to maintain activity in the church, but how do you replace 24 hours a day, 7 days a week Mormonism? I really struggled with that because as a missionary, all of your waking hours has something to do with the work. And then when you come home,
structure.
Yeah, it is a structure. When you come home, there is nothing that supports you. You're expected to jump into school, get a job, and as if your life hadn't stopped before, you're just supposed to pick up all the pieces and move forward. And so I tried my best to do that. But part of my history prior to that was the fact that I had bouts of inactivity throughout my life. And if I didn't have to attend Sunday services, but still maintain a good relationship throughout the week, and my life was still okay, like the sky didn't fall and happiness still befell me, why were Sundays so important? And so I kind of quickly got into this routine of I was attending a family ward, not the singles ward on purpose, but I attended the family ward, but then sporadically would say, I'm going back to Nephi to visit my family. And I was attending church there. And for most Sundays, that was the truth. But a lot of Sundays I wasn't, or I would go home and we wouldn't go to church at all because my parents weren't active in church. So even though I was heading to Nephi, visiting with my family, I wasn't going to church every week. And this actually was a great plan for me because I wasn't ready to date. I wasn't ready to get thrown into a singles ward and jump into marriage. So staying in a family ward without having my records moved into the meat market was beneficial to me. But that only lasted for so long. And I got a knock on the door from the singles ward bishop, and he said, hey, your bishop sent over your records to the singles ward, and we're your new bishopric. We want to welcome you into the ward. And my heart kind of sunk because that was like 2/3. Mm-hmm. Like I now realize like this is the next step into the next stage of my experience. And am I ready for that? Like how am I going to date? How am I going to if I choose not to date, how am I going to keep everyone away? Like how am I going to not put myself in a position that appears to be dateable, but at the same time not out myself? And it was really tough space. Unfamiliar space. And it's space that as straight, cisgendered Latter-day Saints, you have a difficult time understanding because everything surrounding a ward or branch or the structure of the church is focused or centered around heteronormal relationships. Who are you dating? Let's do linger longers, bring a date. We're going to do group date nights. Elders Quorum talks about dating. Relief Society talks about dating. The role of the presidency or the bishopric was to bring those relationships together. We called it paroling. Like when someone from the singles ward would finally get engaged, they'd parole out of the singles ward, get married, and off they went into their own family ward. So a lot of those things that we see not only in lessons, in the structure of the church, are also geared to a heteronormal experience. And then we do them subconsciously. We do them just because when we talk about dating or fast and testimony meetings about spouses, or I love my wife. She's been with me for 30 years. And like all those things are all heteronormal experiences. None of them are homosexual experiences. And so there's this great disconnect that still exists. And I didn't know how to navigate that world, because none of those, I value a good relationship. I value a healthy familial relationship for sure. Like I saw that with my parents. And so for those who had it, that's joyous, but that's not something that I could see myself getting into. I also wasn't like Kinsey Scale 6 gay either. There was some part of me that felt like I could at some point get married to a woman. I just didn't know how to bust into that world. So I started developing friendships in the singles ward. I opened up a business, and I need to back up because I want to bring my mission president back into this, because shortly after I moved to Vernal, I got a call from my mission president, who was still currently serving, and he said, "Hey, you're in Vernal, right?" Because I think I'd written him, or he had touched base as soon as I got home to make sure I made it home. Grooming? No. No, just great guy. We could edit that out, but just a great guy. Like, he just wanted to touch base. I'd let him know where I was heading. I was heading to Vernal. And he then reached out and said, my brother is going to give you a call. He's a real estate developer in the Salt Lake area, and he's going to offer you a job. And I said, "Oh, doing?" And he said, "Real estate development." So he said, "We have a couple opportunities in the area, and we need someone on the ground. Would you be interested?" And the way it was presented didn't sound like I had a gigantic choice, but I was also living there in between semesters at school, nothing else going on, and it was a welcome opportunity to work with my mission president, again, more on a secular level, not on a spiritual level. And I was happy to move forward. So that kind of connection started and started a chain of events. The singles ward, that was happening. I was just maybe 2 months or so that I had served. I was in the family ward and then went over to the singles ward. So I'm beginning to create some friendships. I opened up a business at the same time, an auto detailing business that I basically just moved into this area, was bored out of my gourd doing radio in the morning and then nothing in the afternoons. So that was really kind of my life. I ended up opening up an auto detailing business just to give me something to do, but it also it gave me some good money, some good cash on the side, and allowed me to buy fast cars, kind of show off that kind of the secular lifestyle that was fun. And to a group of a bunch of returned missionaries and single adults, it was the life. I really had just kind of created a great little opportunity. Meet a wide variety of people in the singles ward, one of which was a girl who seemed to like me, and we had some connections together. And I kind of liked her back. Like we didn't ever, in fact, our friendship really started with just a genuine friendship, just getting to know each other, doing fun things, not only as a group, but eventually started pairing off into individual dates. And I want to say that it was Oaks that came out with a talk saying that it was a discussion about singles, young single adults not dating, and saying that they were spending way too many, I think it was called like Sisters of Zion or something. They were spending way too much time with the sisters as friends, not as in dating relationships. And one key line in that talk was that it was the admonition to the sisters to lock the pantries and quit feeding these return missionary men and prevent them from coming over just for food and for leisure, but say that if they want to spend time with you, they have to do it on a date. And so that was kind of like a push for me. Here we'd spent all this time as friends. In fact, for months now, as friends with a handful of these girls in the singles ward. And it was time to really date. And so that talk pushed me into dating. And we as guys, we made our own, and I know one of my friends still has a copy of this, but we made our own proclamation, our own parody of that talk. And the reasons why we were not dating the sisters, it was because they wouldn't give us signs. They weren't telling us that they were dateable. They weren't telling us if they liked us enough. Like it was not mutual. So if the sisters wanted us to date them, they needed to do their part too and show interest. Well, there was one that showed interest, and she was super interested in me, so much so that she worked for an eye doctor, and I worked at the radio station still. And so our coworkers, my co-hosts on the radio station, heard the physicians, the optometrists that worked in their office, they conspired together via a radio station promotion that we were running. And I think it was like a dinner and a movie or something. Well, my coworkers conspired to make sure that she won it. And the dinner that they were giving away that I found out in that very moment was dinner and a movie with me. That's what the radio station was giving away. And it was just it was supposed to be just dinner and a movie gift certificate. Well, on air, they turned it into whoever wins this has to go on a date with Kyle because he's single and he's been working at the radio station now. And we know he's single and he needs a date.
He's a menace to society.
I'm almost Brigham Young's menace to society. I'm at the ripe old age of 21 and a half at this point. So they conspired together to get Jamie and I on a date. And they fax over her application, which was the opportunity to get a date. And I asked her out on a date via my coworkers. And that was kind of the official. So that kind of began a friendship that turned into a relationship. And it kind of scared me to death because I didn't know what it was like to be in a relationship. I didn't feel like I was completely boom into this relationship. I always thought that everything you see on TV and everything you see about relationships are fireworks and
falling in love.
Yeah. I mean, I watched all the best soft-focused Hallmark films and I wasn't in that space, but then I also knew what Mormonism taught me. And that was like, put the shoulder to the wheel, like just get in, and there are no perfect marriages and life is sometimes hard. And so that part of that played in the back of my mind. And it was something that I stressed over a little too much, but also just gave Jesus the will and just said,
I'm just stressed over too much. Like you were about to do something that you really had I'm not judging retrospectively, but there's a part of my mind that's saying you were about to do something you had no business doing because you didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
And so you're psyching yourself up to do something that you should have never done because you didn't want to do it.
Yeah, and people will say like, "Well, how do you get yourself into that situation? Like how can some people in mixed orientation marriages make it work, or how can gay people marry straight people?" The psych is that I very literally was told, "You need to fly," and I'm a snake sitting here saying, "But I don't have wings to fly. How can I fly when I was not created to fly?" And everyone around me was just saying, "You just do it. You just fly." And that was a dichotomy that was really difficult for me. I just didn't completely understand it, but also at the same time, it wasn't something that I was trying to not avoid. I mean, I wasn't completely avoiding the opportunity to date. I really did want to date. I wanted to be 2/3 done with this process. And so if that's what it takes to get 2/3 down the road, I will try to fly, even though I'm a snake. Probably not the best analogy, but I needed to fly. So I did my very best, and I went on a number of dates. I remember taking Jamie to my parents' home, and we were heading down to St. George, I think, for a softball tournament. And on the way home, we stopped in, and my mom was elated to see that I'd come home with a girl, like elated, over the top. She would have been the first daughter-in-law. Like she was so excited. And then I remember her like trying to navigate this world the very best. Like, is she just a friend? Is she something more than a friend? Like, you don't have to tell me these things. Like, it's just really sweet and kind the way that she was, but she was clearly excited that her son was finally dating.
Who doesn't want to make mom happy, right?
I know. And that also fed into that ability to like, okay, I'm doing it right, I guess. Like, and not only do I not want to disappoint myself and God and all the time that it took to get me to this place today, but I can't disappoint Mom. And clearly, I've got someone now that I'm falling in love with and creating a relationship with, and I have to do everything to not disappoint her as well. So we date, and we were friends for close to a year, and then we start dating, and I can't remember exact times, but I would guess that we probably dated 6 months-ish. So in BYU terms, we were
forever.
Yeah, we were 9.5 months late in our engagement. I did call my mission president. At this time, I'm working for them full time and still have the radio station job, and it was really tough battling and the business. So again, here's my
super busy, hyper busy.
Yeah, 3-ring circus all over again. And so I called my mission president, told him that Jamie and I were getting to the point where it was serious and I was thinking of getting engaged. He said, "Perfect. My sister-in-law is a jeweler. So let's get a ring."
Man.
So I did. I met with his sister-in-law, and I picked out a gigantic diamond, way above what I could afford. I thanks to the family discount. But just it was just my physical show of my inness to the relationship. Because I couldn't do it mentally, I did it physically.
Well, you didn't feel it internally. So you had to find a way to manifest it externally, visually to others.
And it really didn't dawn on me what I was doing until years later, after I'd unpacked a lot of baggage, that I realized that meant, because I knew how important it was for me to get a really showy, gigantic diamond. For some reason, that was just in my toolbox. That was something I had to do, and that's why. It was part of my process of mentally unpacking all of that and knowing that there were plenty of things that I couldn't give her. I'd already resigned myself to the point that I knew I could never give her 100%. I could also never tell her who and what I was, for a number of reasons. One was, if this all goes away, why tarnish our marriage? If I tell her that I'm gay, or at least have at that point same-sex attraction, then what does that do to the future of our relationship? Every time a guy walks by, does she second guess and wonder if I'm interested in him? Every time something happens, does she assimilate that or make a parallel that's just my husband being gay again? All those things weighed on my mind. So I stayed completely closeted. To this point, I had told nobody in my whole life knew what I was going through.
Not one person
ever. Not even, when my roommate, the closest I ever had to this conversation was my roommate in college, and not a soul knew a thing about me. There were plenty of times that I wanted to release that baggage. Do you remember watching The Green Mile, John Coffey, where he inhales people's problems and exhales them as flies? That experience played over in my dreams so much that.
How did it relate?
I wanted, it was a twofold relation. One was, my whole life I felt like I was John Coffey. I was able to take everybody else's pain and everybody else's experience and everybody else's inadequate experiences and traits, and inhale them and then spit them out into something better and broader. And if that were just making connections or helping people better their lives, that was my John Coffey experience. That's who I felt like I was destined to be, this helper, this giver, back to the Louis Lowrey book. The flip side to that is I begged for a John Coffey. I begged for somebody to take my pain, somebody to inhale my darkness and exhale it into something that would benefit the world again.
Which is what Jesus' role is supposed to be.
Connections. Yeah, those are all things that I had connected. And so I wanted that John Coffey moment, with that relationship. I wanted to get into the relationship and have that just all sucked out of me and blown away. And I quickly learned that it wasn't going to happen. And I sat down on one knee. I proposed to a girl. She said yes. And we are now preparing for a marriage. And I didn't get married with the intention of deceiving my wife. Not even for a second. I got married with the intention of deceiving myself because I thought the marriage would be a good opportunity to change who and what I was. But it had nothing to do with using her as a pawn to change me. It wasn't the wife in the situation that was supposed to get rid of my sexuality. It was the marriage in general. It was the commitment that and when we make commitments in Mormonism, it is not necessarily to myself and my spouse, it's to God, angels, and these witnesses. Like our temple marriage meant that my commitment was to God, the gospel, and giving of my time, talents, and resources for the benefit of the church. That was what this new and everlasting covenant is. And so it was easy for me to look at my relationship and say, I'm not deceiving her. I'm not deceiving myself. I'm upholding the foundation of the church.
You're living the gospel.
I'm living the gospel. And this is just my lot in life. Like, this is my opportunity we all were born with trials. This is my trial. And I'm just going to put my shoulder to the wheel and haul this handcart all the way to Zion. And that was the reason why I got married. It had nothing to do with deceiving my wife. It had a little bit to do with moving forward and owning who and what I was. And so I remember in the sealing room, my mission.
Wait, can I just say one thing? I want to come right back to the sealing room.
Yeah.
I just want to drill down on one thing and kind of highlight something. So, I'm thinking about what it was like as a very straight man to be dating a woman that I was thinking about marrying. And it's all about like making out, but then trying not to go too far and then trying not to have sex before you get married. And like this dam of emotions of like trying to make it to the finish line before you have sex, right? That's being married. That's being engaged as a straight Mormon returned missionary male who's 21, 22, 23. What's it like for a gay man, in that same scenario, and to what extent, and this is kind of the part, does the law of chastity provide this cover where you're doing something that's leading you and your wife into a potentially very, very sad and dark place, but it's all masked as virtue because what you're doing, in effect, is, quote, living the gospel and being chaste. And there's a sinisterness, not an intentional sinisterness on your part, but there's this weird perniciousness where it's this guise of righteousness that's leading both you and your wife into a place that won't necessarily be good for either of you or your children.
Very real, like familiar territory.
So what was it like dating as a gay man or being engaged as a gay man?
That's the hard part.
And you're supposed to, I'm sure your wife's going, when is he going to make out with me? Why aren't I pushing him off? Like, why aren't we having, is she just thinking he's not into me? Or is she thinking, wow, he's super righteous. Like, I could really trust this man. What was that like?
Yes, yes, and yes. So yes. Like, having I didn't experience like the makeout sessions. In fact, I can't remember if we ever made out. Like, I'm trying to think if we ever made out. And Jamie will have to correct me. Maybe she remembers some magical moment, and maybe I buried it. It wasn't a complete disdain to have that connection. But I had zero desire to make out. I had zero desire for sex. I was completely chaste, was completely virtuous. And a large part of me had gotten to the point, like we talked about earlier in the interview, so much of that virtue, so much of that chastity lesson was just playing like a reel-to-reel in my brain over and over and over again. The reality, though, is I started coming to a point where I tried to I needed to know if those were virtues that I had built up in myself as a religious person, or if that was my sexuality yelling at me. And because I'd only had experience with my religion, I always said this was my religion. This is my religion speaking. Like, this is me being virtuous, chaste, benevolent, all those things. Those were the signals that were playing in my brain. And I know she desired more of a connection, because as she would draw closer, I would push her away. As we would snuggle on the couch and she'd roll over, and I knew she'd wanted to kiss, but I couldn't. Like, there wasn't anything that I found I don't want to say kissable because that sounds harsh. Like the emotions, the experience, the desire to be in that stage of intimacy was not there. I was okay holding hands. I was okay snuggling. Just even just resting my hand on her back or touching her butt was really awkward to me because it just wasn't that connection that I felt. And it felt inauthentic and it felt forced when I forced myself to do it. So I stopped in those few moments that I did experience, or we tried to make out or something. So I don't want to make this sound like it was also doom and gloom, but it all sounds so Marky Peterson Mormonism. Like it sounds so General Conference 1965. Like this is how your relationship should look like. You have sex only for the creation of children, and that's it. And make sure your garments are on, and you don't look at each other sideways ever again. Like that's kind of the relationship that I thought I had, and I was completely okay with that because it felt comfortable.
Yeah, and you're kind of talking about, there's a little bit of a tone of not self-defense, but self-justification. Like, why? I don't think I was deceiving her. I was living the gospel. Well, there's her, she's not here to interview, but there's her perspective, which I imagine might have been, why isn't this guy all over me? Why aren't I pushing him off? Is he really attracted to me? I imagine she may have dated other boys who were very different, maybe to her. I don't know.
They were gay.
Are you joking?
No, we'll get to that point.
Okay. Yeah. Cause I'm just saying, like, what was going through her mind? And did she have signs that she ignored maybe or not?
Yeah. Well, she was madly in love. So, love hath no bounds when it is blossoming. And so for her, yeah, she's not here to speak for that relationship to her experience, but we've had this discussion, and she was head over heels. And I think when we get into the discussion of betrayal trauma and the psychological effects of mixed orientation marriages, that was the beginning of this betrayal trauma. Like she was all in, and I was 50% in or less, and sometimes more. Like in the fluidity of our relationship, there were times that we were enamored with each other, and there were other times that I couldn't feel further apart because of this dissonance and this disassociation with who and what I was in relation to our relationship. So yes, there was a connection there on her part that was far greater, and so she also felt like she was the instigator of all the romantic experiences, and that also weighs heavily on a relationship. When even in a heterosexual relationship, in a straight marriage where one partner is the instigator in all intimacy, that is a difficult experience for that single partner. And obviously there's some psychological, mental, or even physical barriers that are preventing those relationships from happening. And those are all things that we should work through. Where are the tools? Where are the instruments to help heterosexual and homosexual couples navigate those experiences? They're excommunicatable. That's where they're at. Like when a member jumps into this space, or anyone in Mormonism tries to bring this topic up and try to create healthy sexual relationships and even healthy sexual boundaries, they're ostracized from the religion. And that's been true today as well as it was decades ago. Any discussion of this space around sex becomes taboo, and you just avoid this topic altogether. So for her, she was frustrated and not being able to have an opportunity to vent that out, I'm sure. And in fact, I know that just because in our discussions later in our marriage, that's what happened. But for me, like, where do you turn to navigate these complexities in a relationship? I didn't know anybody that wanted to know that I was gay. I also didn't know anybody that specialized in gay men creating better intimate relationships with their straight wives. We're talking about so many minorities within a minority here, that you're out in the lone and dreary world all on your own, out there hanging out with Satan in a bruised heel, trying to make the best of this wilderness.
We're also talking about 2000 what year? 2003.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Which is kind of before kind of the LGBTQ Mormon explosion that happens a few years later.
100%.
So we're still in evergreen. This is still evergreen territory, right?
Yeah, evergreen territory. So we ended up getting married in 2006. And I remember we were married in the Vernal, Utah temple. My mission president and his wife, her family, my family were all there in the temple. Vernal isn't a gigantic temple, but it's, mean, we were cram-packed into this room, and before God, angels, and all these witnesses, we made a covenant and decided that we were going to be together forever until we find somebody new.
What do you mean?
Well, that would eventually happen.
Well, but the commitment.
Yeah. That was just that was a snide joke. I
have to say this. Like, the church teaches that premarital sex is bad. And I get it. And I'm not, as someone who has lived a relatively very chaste and moral life compared to, I'm sure, whatever the norm is, right? And I'm not an advocate of like luridness and licentiousness and sexual irresponsibility by any stretch. And I see all the risks and harms of premarital sex. I see all that. And I see one real significant harm over and over and over again to the law of chastity, which is that if you are able to experiment sexually with your partner before you make an eternal commitment to them, right? You can save each of you and your potential children a whole lot of stress and pain if you realize before you make that commitment, wow, this kind of isn't working. But you don't have the chance to ever test drive the car meaning the physical intimacy of the relationship. And so you're buying without ever having test driven the car. So you're buying in ignorance. And it's such a serious thing when it comes to your lives, the consequences of divorce, the pressure to stay married, and then of course getting the kids involved, and then potentially having it all blow up. Not to mention the individual well-being of the two people involved. All that is riding on the backs of jumping blindly into something when you really have no business making that decision with full informed consent, with all of the information available before making the decision. Does that make sense?
You're not wrong. And I really hope that someone who is listening to this episode, who is a parent or a church leader, makes that connection, understands exactly what you just said, because being years down the road on this side of the aisle, being an openly and out gay man, I have run into story after story after story after story of people who said, I didn't even know I was gay until after we got married. I had no clue I was even remotely gay until the wedding night.
And it's not just men. A woman
100%.
Can be lesbian, but never really think of herself that way because she's never allowed to. She's not even allowed. She doesn't even have the mental schema or possibility of her being lesbian. So she may just conceptualize herself as being super chaste, super righteous, super moral. And in reality, it's this big boulder that's about to come crashing down on the eventual marriage. But she has no idea.
Yeah. And I'm 100% in your camp. I try to be like the most chaste, virtuous, middle of the road,
Scout,
type of person. It's not only just in my fabric, but that is who I am.
Yeah.
And I understand the downfalls of a society that is just a hellacious, whorish experience driven society. There's not a lot of good in that space. I will say at times there's some benefit to that, but in all intents and purposes, I value a monogamous, chaste relationship. That's who I am.
Me too.
Not that the whole world has to follow that regimen, but for me, that's what associates best.
And
knowing what you're getting yourself into is so important. And I don't know how we get to the point where we're able to navigate this in a better situation. And I don't know where, as religion or as a society, that we have to give in. But we have to make some concessions somewhere. We have to come to the point where we look at the strength and validity of a relationship and the long-term sustainability of a relationship over a principle that's likely outdated and archaic and archaic tradition. we have to get to a point where, just like you said, we're damaging husbands and wives and children and familial relationships over a principle that can make or break and cause more harm and more damage by instituting it. So I'm 100% on board with that. For me, my honeymoon night experience wasn't terrible. Happy to report all things functioned well. Like, that was a big worry in my world, especially going into my marriage as a complete virgin, like complete fidelity into that relationship. That was heartening. It was almost as if like the heavens opened a little bit and
hey, this is working.
This is working.
2/3 of the way in.
Here I go. Like
it's starting to work.
Things are finally happening. And so I was excited for that. And
to be clear, you had already said this was the first person you ever kissed in your life. And this is the first sexual experience you had ever had up until that point was your wedding night.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. Yep. 100%. So, poor girl, she was the first for a lot of things. And, but also just kind of like the hooray part of it. Like, yes, it's working. Like things are functioning as they were intended on functioning. And it seemed like life was going to be okay. Ironically, this same experience happens post coming out, especially mixed orientation marriages where there's this honeymoon stage. And, so we went through a relatively good, marriage life, like early marriage life. Were
you best friends?
Best friends.
So you were, we haven't really talked about this. You guys were close, you were connected, you were best friends. You had all that goodness, which frankly, a lot of heterosexual new marriages don't have. It's just the guy wanting to have sex and they both find each other suitable because they fill the checklists. And so they get married and they may not be the best of friends. I'm just checking in. You had the emotional intimacy. You considered each other best friends, and bonus, the sexual intimacy seemed to be working right at first.
Yeah. And it wasn't...
That makes it more tragic later, by the way.
Yeah, it wasn't repulsive. Yeah. Like, I had expected it to be repulsive, but yet there was connection there. And it also felt like I said, like the heavens had opened up a little bit, and there was this light shining through that was a aha moment. Like, oh, finally, this is the fruits of my labors have finally been realized. Like, this is all part of the undoing process. And so for that, I was really excited. And that was the basis of our marriage. It actually, I think, took a fair amount of my bricks out of my John By the Way backpack. The emotional, spiritual baggage that I had been carrying around, lugging around in this backpack, finally got a little bit lighter because I saw some aspect of this that was working. So I would say that that situation lasted for a number of years. We didn't get pregnant really quickly. Our first came, we were married in 2006, and our first son came in 2008, and I was still hella gay.
What do you mean?
I was still very gay. Like I still, even though the relationship was working fine, I was still gay. Like there was still this attraction that existed in my brain. There was still a desire to have a connection with guys. And I think people who are married might find this familiar. When you get married, you lose all your friends. Like your whole social circle changes because you go from single celibate and ready to party to we both work full-time jobs. We have to pay for a home. We're now the greatest joys in our life are like Sunday dinner with mom and dad, or being able to travel to somebody's baptism, or just to get out of town was fun because just to go to a baptism or a blessing, that was our vacation. Even Jamie and I had it a little bit different. Like we were both in a position to be able to travel a lot. So we did spend our first year or so gallivanting all over the place, which was really great because that also helped build that connection. Just in terms of that physical connection or that emotional connection that existed for quite a while in the marriage. The sexual connection was all over the place, and it was Katy Perry. It was hot, cold, yes, no, in, out, up, down, wrong, right, black, white. It was all over the place. And that was due to my inability to navigate this in a healthy way. The same experiences that we had laying on a couch, she wanting to cuddle and snuggle and make out, translated or transferred into our our marriage as well. I still had a lack of a desire to jump into that type of a relationship or those types of physical aspects of affection, just because I just didn't feel like it was in my DNA to understand how that processed. It was like it felt wrong, and wrong is tough to say. There just a lack of connection. It felt like Tinker Toys were supposed to be connected to a Lego. Both were designed for enjoyment, but they weren't compatible with each other. And it was really difficult for me to make our intimate relationship compatible, but yet all of the experiences were still fun and still enjoyable and still meant for our relationship.
Let me see if I'm understanding it and if I can restate it. So you're able to mechanically,
Yes.
Be sexual, and you're best friends, and there's emotional connection there. But instead of it being like, oh, we complete each other, and oh, we're now unified and we're one, and let's build this life together, there's this constant nagging feeling that it's not right, that something's wrong, that something off.
Yeah. I mean, imagine being born without legs and being told every day you need to run to school, like run to school. And you're just not capable of running to school.
Can.
You can.
You could drag and crawl,
but you can't run with your legs that you don't have to school. And not to just as an example in ableism or disableism, but I think that's a relatable concept.
It's psychological, it's emotional.
Yeah, it's the emotional side of it. I don't have the capabilities of the tool. I don't know how to explain what it's like to be straight because I'm not straight. You're asking me to do straight things and I don't know how to do them because I don't have the mechanics, the ability to do what you're asking me to do. That connection is not there. Like I don't have those legs to make me stand up tall and run. I can create other things, and that's often what we do in the space is we use other things to help us bridge those gaps. Now, and that's a whole different conversation, but we find other methodologies, and whether it's again back to throwing things in a box and burying them, highlighting other aspects of the relationship to help mitigate and compensate for the losses that we can't provide.
But I just want to get really clear on what was missing. So you're able to actually mechanically have sex. You have a kid. You're best friends. So tying it to the being told to run when you can't. What is it exactly you weren't able to do or feel that made you feel like something was off? I just want to make sure I understand that.
I didn't feel authentic in my experience.
That's everything, right?
Yeah. It
felt inauthentic.
It was super inauthentic. And it was
trying to make a full life with a woman for you.
I was at the Chuckarama and I was being forced to eat beef, and I don't like beef. I really do. But I was only eating the beef because it was sustaining me and it was keeping me alive. It's not that I loved it and wanted it. I could have preferred a cordon bleu or a steak, a pork chop, but the only thing available at the time was beef. And so the inauthentic part of it was I was at that buffet eating something I didn't love and love is a different term, that I wasn't connecting with, because that's what was available and that was what was keeping me alive. That was the sustainment. And it felt wrong in every aspect of that. It felt like I am not a beef eater. I'm not straight, but eventually I'll acquire a taste for it. The miracle of forgiveness tells me that this will become an acquired taste, that I will be able to make this work. And I had all that faith that it would. And so you just continue to trudge through it, sacrificing her ability to have that connection for your desire to acquire a taste and to be able to form that connection. And I thought, as with most Mormonistic thinking, like the more you invest into these experiences, the deeper you fall into the rabbit hole, and therefore you end up not exploring this side of you. and maybe we fast forward really fast just to help explain this principle. There are a lot of gay Latter-day Saints who go serve missions for the explicit reason. A lot of their motivation to serve missions is to overcome their sexuality or to bury it or to get engaged in the work so that they don't have to focus on their sexuality. I know it because I hear it. They reach out to me on a regular basis. COVID was a really difficult time for these missionaries because in a normal time, they were out knocking doors and staying busy all day long and not worrying about or focusing on their sexuality. When they were stuck at home in their apartments with nothing to do except dwell on their experience, they melted. They folded like lawn chairs. And they only could focus on these parts of their existence that they wanted to change. And so the reverse of that was happening to me in my own personal life. I was trying to find ways of staying busy enough that I didn't have to focus on these parts of me. And the next step, if mission didn't work and marriage was 2/3 of the way, then we needed to have children. And not that we wanted, like I was forcing our existence into having children, but I knew that was the next step in the plan. And children was the way of making this work. And so 2 years after we were married, I think it was 2 years after we were married, we were pregnant and had our first boy, a son, which also felt like so Abrahamic. Like not only was I doing my very best trying to please God, but he in turn pleased me by giving my firstborn as a son. Like there was just something, I don't know, just personally, it just felt like so biblical and so spiritual about that. So our first son was born, and we were great parents, and being a dad was remarkable, really exciting, and super spiritual, but also a little deflating because I was still hella gay. There was still this part of me that hadn't changed. And there was, even though that I had taken on so much more responsibility, I'm working like crazy, just endless hours between, at this point, just my own personal business and real estate, doing development, that I was so wildly busy. I also started selling real estate as a real estate agent. So I basically had 3 gigs going on still at the same time. Some of them were cohesive, but now I had a wife at home and a baby and new responsibility, took on debt to buy a house, and I mean, just all the things that you use to create busy work in your brain. But it wasn't still enough to hide that part of me that still existed, that part of me that, again, I still blame myself for allowing to bloom, and I just couldn't find the weed killer to kill it and get rid of it. But yet it's just felt like it kept growing, and I didn't want it to burst out to the point where people could see it. A tough part of that situation was at the auto detailing business that I owned. One of my employees was gay, and he was a good friend of mine, and he didn't know that I knew he was gay. And here I was able to see somebody who was going through some of the similar things that I was going through, closeted. Like I would go into the office and find porn on my computer. There's only one other person in the office that would have been using it. Like it didn't take much to deduce what was going on. And this continued, he wasn't dating anybody. He dated my ex-wife. Like he had dated Jamie before. Like, there were just a lot of signs that started leading up to, like these aha moments, like these breakthrough moments that I didn't want them around me. I didn't want to have to know that there's somebody else close to me that's gay. I didn't want to have to know that the church at this point is entering into the religious, political right on this topic. I didn't want to have to face that. I didn't want to have to be the one who stands up in some community or ecumenical church event advocating against something that I am. So
around what year is this?
This is now getting to like 8, 9.
Okay, so Proposition 8's.
Yeah. Proposition 8's full complete California. Like, yeah. And we're also we're given like the at this point, right before that, I was serving as an executive secretary. So there were plenty of these papers that were coming down from the 70s and First Presidency about how the church is going to react to the California propositions, asking members to pitch in their money. There were calls for us to participate, to strengthen the family, uphold the proclamation. I mean, all those things were happening, swirling all around me. And if you get good enough at it, you can just continue to bury it, and you continue to keep it as low as possible, and not offer any type of lip service to it. Again, so if you don't mention it, don't talk about it, you won't become it. And that really was where I was at. I started seeing all these influences around me who were gay or bisexual at minimum, and I didn't know how to process it. Something inside of me kind of broke. Something inside of me looked at those experiences as, you're not going to get fixed. And what have you done? Like the crushing of my experience was, I start in my brain, and this is 2008, this is our first kid, 2008, 2009, start contemplating my decisions, this collateral damage that we talked about earlier in the episode. I start looking in the rearview mirror for the first time in a really long time, saying to myself, what have I done? Like I convinced myself that I was something that I wasn't. And now I've brought her family into this, my family into this. And now we have a kid. And now I've created this facade, and it's killing me. It's tough. And if ever I had a come to Jesus meeting regarding this topic for the first time in my life, it was then, 2008, 2009. And I mean, there was a lot going on at that time too. Economically, the market was in just a free fall. There were like the financial markets of 2007, 8, and 9 were just plummeting, and it was the worst time to be in real estate, if ever. I mean, obviously in the history of my life, there were more foreclosures and properties available, and we were stuck with a large scale subdivision. And we had hundreds of homes that we were trying to develop, and it was a mess. Like, the market was really, really tough. And I also was working in a real estate brokerage, so I had clients with their own homes, and I was trying to market their properties and get them sold. So an immense amount of stress was on my shoulders, because I had staff as well. I had people working for me. And all I did was just looked around at all these people, and they were all collateral damage to me. And it all centered around a single topic. Like, if they knew I was gay, they would bail on me. Like, who would want to be around me? Who would want to work for me? And then the similar feeling, I would look at it and say, if they knew I were gay, then, so not only would they want to disassociate with me, if they knew I was gay, then they could also blame me for getting them into this and making them part of this conspiracy. Like, you drug us into this without us knowing it. And all those things swirled around me, and the pressure was immense. Like, I don't even know how I made it through. Not that I ever considered suicide or become suicidal, but I just look back thinking, like, I had so much going on that I don't even have words to describe how difficult it was. And at the same time, I'm trying to be a really good Mormon. We've moved into our own family ward now, and because of my background in scouting, and I still have a dad that loves to row a canoe and bake beans in a Dutch oven, like, they hauled me into the young men's program as quick as possible. And so here I was, leaving these high pressure callings and bishoprics into the young men's presidency. And it was the second worst thing I could have done, because now I'm internalizing my own homophobia and thinking to myself, I'm a young men's president working with the youth. If anyone ever found out about me, what would they say? And just all of these things that were bottled up and exploding at the same time. And I couldn't control the explosions anymore. And that was the tough part about, like, the human experience. It seems like some of the times that we're the most happy is when we're in control of our current situation and have the ability to direct the future. And as we're able to do that, we seem like we have this lease on life that allows us to move forward in that ability of being in control. And when you take control away from people, we really become loose cannons, and we make irrational decisions. We start doing things that are outside of our character, and because of that, we become our own worst enemy. And that's the part I was in. Like I was in so much confusion. At the same point, we then get pregnant with our second daughter. So not only is the world like caving, kind of, and all of these physical and emotional and spiritual stresses are on us, but my wife gets pregnant again for the second time, and this is our daughter was born in 2010, so just 2 years after our son was born, we are pregnant with another, or she has our second daughter. And it dawned on me one day, I was sitting in church and just kind of rehashing my whole experience and trying, as a lot of us are familiar, this is familiar territory, you sit in church and partake of the sacrament and try to make that communion, that connection with God in those intimate moments. And it dawned on me, sitting in just a few rows back from the sacrament table, watching my youth, just making sure that they do all their jobs correctly, that I missed the whole idea of this plan. It was mission, marriage, children. It wasn't just one child.
Oh.
It was children.
Multiple. It's just this endless hamster wheel where you're not living your actual life. You're living a life someone else handed to you. You don't have your own identity. You have a pseudo-identity handed to you by the high demand religion. And every milestone where you should be stepping off the treadmill, stepping off the hamster wheel and figuring out how to live an authentic life. It's just like one more thing. And then, and you're not just, it's not just what you're experiencing. You're bringing everyone along with you. That's on this, I don't want to say fraud, because that's really harsh language, but
yeah, that's the collateral damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is the collateral damage. And
it's just one more thing. Now it's children instead of child.
Children. Yeah. And so she's pregnant with our second child. And so for me, this was like a godsend. This was at the sacrament table of Christ. I have just been resurrected. Like I literally had my resurrection moment. Here I was, like I had taken upon myself the name of Christ. I have done all the things that I thought was necessary for me to be a good Mormon. And here in my Liberty Jail moment, oh God, where art thou? He says, look, I gave you the plan. It was mission, marriage, children, and you only have one child. Wait for the second one to come around. And the second one came around and my process didn't change. And again, it was defeat. In those few months, there was a good opportunity to like grow. And it was like before my second daughter was born, it was this Renaissance moment again for me. The same Renaissance moment that I'd had over and over and over again. Like a broken wheel, this revolving door, the merry-go-round, the hamster wheel. I mean, all those things that just continue to happen over and over and over again. What is the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing without and expecting the same result? That is what I kept going. This is insane territory. Mormons, we are causing insanity among our youth and our adults who find themselves in this space. It isn't changing. And I just didn't know that. And again, what you don't know, you don't know. And after mission, marriage, and children happened, and I'm still very gay and still very confused, I need to start reaching out to other resources. I have to get to the point where I tell myself, someone needs to know about you. And it's eating you alive. And 2011-ish, it was after my daughter was born. She was born in April of 10. So it was end of 10, first of 11. I find this beautiful stepping stone. It was called North Star. And North Star was this LGBTQ faith-affirming resource that was an opportunity for me to still remain an active, faithful Latter-day Saint, but embrace my sexuality. And prior to North Star, I had reached out on the internet to try to find other men who were like me. I would have sold my riches to find the book that told me how a returned missionary father, young men president could navigate this world in a healthy way. clearly I knew that I wasn't alone in the world. So how were other people making it work? I wasn't the only gay Latter-day Saint in a marriage. I'm not even sure I even knew what mixed orientation marriages were at that point. But I needed connection. I needed to find my tribe, my herd.
And had you heard of affirmation, or do you remember having heard of affirmation? And do you remember having heard of Evergreen, or is Evergreen defunct by this point?
No. So the other part of the story that we haven't really discussed, which is a completely different podcast, is the search for truth and the diving into the religious side of this topic. And so I consumed everything. Even like when I was still in the seminary, president, junior in high school, I was consuming everything I could regarding this topic. And so I was well aware of Evergreen because a lot of the general authorities sat on the Evergreen board or gave their keynote speeches were general authorities that spoke at Evergreen. And for those who are unfamiliar with Evergreen, that was also a faith-based group of therapists, church leaders who were really working their very best to create space for gay Latter-day Saints, transgender, not so much transgender Latter-day Saints. That intersection existed, but mainly for gay, lesbian, not so much bisexual Latter-day Saints to navigate this world in a healthy, religious way. Evergreen also was a promoter of conversion therapy programs. There were a number of programs centered around Evergreen, one of which, like the Journey into Manhood program, Journey Beyond program, the Jonah program, which were now are, for all intents and purposes, defunct conversion therapy programs that have been outlawed in 20 states. But they're wholly ineffective at changing someone's sexuality. But this is something that Evergreen latched onto. And they were really in the camp that this is changeable. And in Evergreen, to Evergreen's credit, this is also something that the church was teaching all the way through the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, to the point where even into the 80s and 90s, the church was offering reparative aversion therapies that we discussed earlier at BYU, not with success, but they were trying them. And they were doing everything possible from talk therapy to medication in order to convert people of their sexuality. So I was very familiar with Evergreen, but North Star just seemed to have the hallmark version. It was the soft focus of, I call it a soft landing because I think it was super important for me to come out of the church and fall into this topic in a manner that wasn't jolting. It wasn't until I was inside North Star that I ever heard of affirmation. And affirmation is another support group of LGBTQ individuals, but I was always told that affirmation was Satan's stepsister. That was really how affirmation was sold to me.
Yeah,
all within that North Star community. They had nothing good to say about affirmation because it's where all the failures went. People who couldn't handle the gospel of Jesus Christ, they found themselves into affirmation. And I was none of those things. Like I didn't want to be a failure. I just wanted to do everything the right way. I wanted to get to the point where I could manage being a husband and a father and a young men's president or a bishop or an apostle or the prophet one day. Like I just wanted to move on with my life in a healthy manner. And North Star seemed to do that for me. Like North Star started giving me some hope that it was possible because here were so many stories of men who were making this work. And they had the Voices of Hope project. There were these beautiful, well-produced videos. Right? Yeah. Ty Mansfield wrote the biography, the story about Stuart Mathis about the now I can't remember the name of the In Quiet Desperation. Mm-hmm. Just bald. Like what a book. Like here were examples of people who were doing everything possible to make it to Zion, and some of them were making it work. And I clung to those stories, and I really, really, really wanted to be part of that community, and I wanted to glean exactly what they had to offer.
And I'll just, this is kind of, I'm having my own parallel experience historically as you're going through this, because I start my PhD in 2009. I'm doing scrupulosity as my focus, but by 2010, I'm done with my scrupulosity stuff and I'm looking for a dissertation. This is when Bill Bradshaw reaches out to me and says, hey, no one's ever studied the impact of reparative therapy and conversion therapy and its effectiveness and whether it really works. We had known about Dean Bird. We'd known about Evergreen. We had started to hear about North Star maybe around this time. And I knew that the writing was on the wall for Evergreen and for conversion therapy. And I thought of Ty Mansfield and Voices of Hope and of North Star as like the church trying to rebrand and create a new experience for the gay Mormon man that could shed the dead loser that was Dean Bird's conversion therapy and Evergreen, but that could use the atonement as the way, instead of conversion therapy through shock therapy, somehow with Voices of Hope, cling to the Savior, and that will somehow bridge the gay gap for Mormon men. And so I remember those early heady years of North Star being that source of hope and of the future, the gay future. North Star, the gay Mormon future. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I listened to Ty talk about this just a few weeks ago about the creation of North Star and how that happened, and so North Star, they really did start independent of Evergreen.
Right. Yeah.
But then, as Evergreen, like you said, it crumbled. It crumbled so quickly as the church started pulling its support out of it. And I don't know if Evergreen tumbled quickly because of the dissatisfaction. My gut says that's what happened. We had a just the church got pummeled in California, 2000 over the Prop 8 issue. We moved to Hawaii in the Prop 13. Utah had its own amendment. Amendment 3 that was going on at the same time. The church was just on the losing end of this topic over and over and over again. So as people were, the church was investing some of their prime resources into Evergreen, not yielding the results that they thought that they were going to get. I think the church immediately looked at that and just said, it's toxic, we got to get out of it. And so as the church pulled its support out of Evergreen, and likely its financial through multiple underground channels.
But nonprofits, that's always back channel donations. That's always how the church runs these things.
When that dried up, Evergreen blew away.
Yeah.
And there was just dust left over. So North Star inherited that list. And it's always, and I just heard this the other day, like, so many people believe that North Star Evergreen just morphed into North Star. That's not true. Well, really, Evergreen blew away. North Star inherited the lists.
Yeah, the mailing list, the membership list for sure.
And then they just
marketed. I remember when
it.
that happened. I remember seeing that.
That's the history
communication.
Of it. Yeah. So they just inherited this whole group of Latter-day Saints who were on the fringes.
Yeah.
And they were able to grow a group really quickly, and I was part of that. And at this point, we're like 2013-ish.
Honestly, I just had to say this. You talked about fresh starts in your life.
Yeah.
It's like with the Mormon, the LDS Church gay Mormon journey is just fresh start after fresh start after fresh start after fresh start. And North Star is the equivalent of the Mormon Church's fresh start with trying to figure out the gay thing.
Oh, yeah.
Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. If ever we want to talk about trial and error, let's just take a look at this topic. 100%. And I do remember, I think, was your TED Talk like 13?
Yeah.
Because I remember watching it.
Yeah.
Conversely, I also remember sitting in my bathtub with my headphones on, listening to the Gay Mormon Stories podcast, consuming the episodes, the Tom and Wendy Montgomery stories, these episodes that just busted me. I mean, I was bawling. My wife was in reading a book or taking care of the kids. And by this time we have 4. We have a son, a daughter, and twin girls. And I'm in the bathtub, still gay, trying to pull myself out of this world. She's in there doing everything possible. And we'll get to the point where, like we discussed this earlier, where she felt like, what am I doing so wrong in this relationship to not feel the connection that I should be feeling? She's still feeling that. We're 6 years into our marriage now. She's walking on eggshells, thinking she's not a good enough mother, not a good enough wife. What is she doing wrong? Why do we not have a connection in our relationship? So that's her turmoil. That's what she's running around and still having 4 kids. I've isolated myself to a bathtub, listening to apostate John Dehlin, not yet full apostate John Dehlin, giving your TED Talk about sexuality, making so many connections. Like that meant so much. And then also consuming every Gay Mormon Stories episode that would come out, because it was my connection again. And at the same time, I have this secular connection to my identity, and I have North Star on the other side telling me that all those things are wrong.
Talk about the promise. When you first heard of North Star, I want to get to the bathtub and to the 4 kids and your wife in the TED Talk, and it's just all the ways that played out in your life. But let's not skip over when you discover North Star, when you first discover it, what's the promise of it? And then what services and community and teachings did they offer? And how much hope did that give you? And then how did that play out? Just your North Star experience.
I'm going to break a lot of hearts answering this question, especially within the North Star community. North Star promises everything in terms of the messaging. Because I know people are going to listen to this segment specifically. So I want to make sure I share with you like the multifaceted problems with North Star. On its cover, North Star is a faith-based support group that's there to uphold the mission of Jesus Christ, and the doctrines and policies of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. That's their mission statement. So in the Soft Focus website and all of the creatively crafted films, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get a not conversion therapy program.
Healing through Christ. Healing the gay through Christ.
You will overcome behaviors that are contributing to your same-sex attraction. We want to give you the tools in the community to help you overcome those behaviors. We're not changing your sexuality on the cover of the North Star website. We're not here to change your sexuality or convert you. That's what you're going to see generally today. It wasn't so plain when I joined in 2010, 11, 12-ish, somewhere in there. I don't know exactly what year I joined. And I joined anonymously, just as a side note. You could join with a fake profile with just a non-specific name. And that's what I did. I just joined with an alias and joined into their groups and jumped into their online groups, and I found that community. Now that's the soft focus. That is the package prepared version of North Star that they want you to see. Let's talk about what really happens inside of North Star. And this is the side that the wives of gay men aren't able to see and experience. And that is the extreme dissonance that exists. For a couple of years, I was involved in these groups and saw men who came in with just the same desires that I did to make things work and to overcome their sexuality, because those were all promises that we were made. And the church's literature still promises that we'll change. Oakes's big proclamation to the world regarding this topic, that's still on the church's website in an interview with public relations, still says, you don't have to worry about this in the next life. This will all go away. If not in this life, it will go away in the next life. That's still the hallmark message. So within these groups are all these men who are trying to make this all go away, and a group that's catering to this clientele. North Star caters to men who believe that their sexuality will change, and women who believe that their husbands will be converted to straight, and lesbians who think that they will one day find men holy, satisfactory, and even transgender individuals who believe that their identity will revert back to their bodies in which they were born. That's what people in those groups are hoping for. Now, there are some fringes on both sides. There are some ultra-conservative and some very liberal in those groups. But the general middle-of-the-road people at North Star wholly believe that their sexuality or identity will change and that there's something that they can fix. Here's what really happens. There are men, and I'll speak just for the men, and the women can speak in their own lane and experience. But in my lane with the men groups, I was in North Star for less than a year when the leadership of North Star reached out to me and offered me an opportunity to go to their conference that was being held. I was excited. I wouldn't go because that meant I had to come out publicly. Someone would have to see me in real life. But they said, if you don't want to come to the conferences and if you don't want to show yourself at conference, let us invite you to something else. And they were these cuddling parties that they had created. And one of them was being held at the Hampton Inn in Provo, Orem. And they told me that they had rented multiple rooms and there were different levels. It's like the telestial, terrestrial, and celestial kingdom of gay whoredom in Mormonism.
Gay what?
Being a gay whore.
Oh.
It's kind of what I kind of think of it as. But here were these men who were the leaders of some leaders in North Star who were affluent in these online groups, who served in their boards. They were offering these opportunities to lay with men with your clothes on, in between a sheet, or fully naked. It's up to you. We don't talk to our wives about these experiences. We go to the conferences. We call them healthy touch. We call them, there was a variety of names they had for them. Essentially, these were all opportunities for men to connect with men in a what they would label a non-sexual experience. I don't think there's much that can't be called non-sexual when you're in the same bed with a man, sheet or no sheet, separating you. Like, those experiences are sexual experiences. To me, they also were like wildly. I mean, I didn't feel comfortable with them. I thought that was a gigantic form of cheating.
Emotional infidelity.
Infidelity. That's the word I was looking for. Infidelity. Complete infidelity.
Yeah.
Here I was, married to my wife, struggling to make this whole situation work, holding my faith together like by strings.
Chewing gum and baling wire.
100%. And the leaders of this group that's offering me the very best tools that I've ever found in my whole life are inviting me in without my wife's permission. Don't tell her. Don't disclose.
They're telling you not to tell her?
They said the very best remedy, the very best experiences that we found are experiences where men don't tell their wives.
Oh my gosh.
And
Ty Mansfield's okay with this?
Well, we can ask. I've never discussed this with Ty. Does Ty know about it? I'd love for Ty to answer that question.
But it's a North Star.
It's centered all around those men in North Star, and they're
he's
using
the leader of North Star.
Yeah, I think Ty still owns. Yes, he still owns. So
I'm just saying, all throughout this, Ty, it sounds like he maintains the appearance of an arm's length. He's not directly endorsing, but that all of his deputies are leading this under the name of the organization that he owns and controls?
Yeah, so I mean, this is the part where I have to be completely clear. I never, ever was invited to these events because this was a North Star event. I was invited to these events in the groups, the North Star groups that I was a part of, with people who were part of North Star, with people who were actual members of the board of directors of North Star, who were moderators, who were leaders in these groups. Does Ty send those invitations out for healthy bonding and male touch? I don't think so. I've never seen those. Does North Star send those out with their logo on them? No, I don't believe they do. Do the moderators and members of those groups that are all birds of a feather flock together in the same group promote Journey into Manhood programs, Journey Beyond programs, Healthy Touch? Yes, 100%. Absolutely. I will die on my sword because that happened to me. Those men in those groups invited me to those experiences because I was part of North Star, not because I was part of Affirmation, not because I was distant. The place I found that information was in North Star. Now, can Ty or any of the board of directors claim plausible deniability? 100%.
But it seems to have been structured that way intentionally.
Yeah.
Where they're going to encourage this behavior. It's a part of the program, but it's designed so that there can be plausible deniability. It seems like.
I can't answer whether or not they created that structure, and maybe this is me being the diplomat in this situation, but what I can answer to is the fact that they're not stopping it. If they're aware of it, why aren't they providing and rooting out the people in their organization that's continuing it?
I'll just say, if you don't want to be the diplomat, if you want to be the diplomat, and I'm not trying to be undiplomatic, every gay man I've ever talked to who's a part of North Star was engaged in these cuddle sessions. And it may have been at a Hampton Inn, or it may have been at the basement of someone's house. But this is part and parcel of the North Star experience, period. Because there's not one North Star person I've ever talked to that didn't engage in these cuddle parties.
I won't disagree with that. I'm on board completely. Because I just can't speak from experience. I never saw an invitation that had a North Star logo on it. I never saw Ty Mansfield come out and say, as a North Star, we want this. We want you to experience this. But let me tell you, the moderators, the admins,
that's by design.
The directors, there were men in those situations that were promoting those programs.
The plausible deniability is intentionally by design. It has to be. It has to be.
Yeah. My own personal experience, I didn't see it, but I'm not disagreeing with you either. Like I watched it unfold, and
so you did try that.
No.
You didn't do it.
No, and it actually was part of a lot of my exodus out of North Star, because how did you know that was what was going to happen so that you could say, I don't want to be a part of it? Because I was 100%, like when they were telling me what some of these experiences were like, and just gushing, like the growth and the ability to overcome. And some of these guys are still, I'm not going to name names, because these are people that North Star knows and still are active in North Star today. And young men and women who are coming into the North Star program today are being influenced by these people. When I was sold this, I immediately threw flags all over the place. What do you mean? I'm going to secretly leave my wife for a weekend, do a business trip, go to the Hampton Inn on a Friday night or a Sunday morning or late Saturday night, and choose which kingdom of glory I want to go visit, and then go home to my wife. And what do I tell her? Well, these guys had all of the excuses, and they were creating all of these principles that felt like gospel principles in terms of we were extinguishing the flames, like we're putting out the fire. Sometimes it just takes one experience, one of these opportunities to cuddle, and then it's out of your system, and then you don't have to worry about it again. Like all of these promises that were being sold to me. How did I know about them? I was asking find out questions. I was trying to understand, like there was a part of me that wanted this experience to work. But the larger part of me said, I'm married to a woman, to a wife, and all I'm trying to do is get rid of this, not like allow some new fire to be created inside of me. Some of them were on this, some of the more liberal members of North Star were those who would say, like, embrace your sexuality, come out, like be okay with who you are, but still live within these healthy bonds, which were these cuddle parties that they were creating. And I just couldn't do it. A part of that was the fact that I didn't want to come out publicly. I didn't want my face to be shown in the real world. But a lot of that had to do with this whole idea that 100% of this experience was infidelity. It's just the only way I could translate it. I was being unfaithful to my wife. And I couldn't for a moment think that I could go lay in a bed with another man, clothed or unclothed, and go home to her and say, I love you, honey. And let's continue to make this another 5 years. Couldn't do it. But it's still happening today. And this week is conference week for North Star. Or next week is conference week for North Star. And wives, when your husbands take off in the dark of night to go hang out with the fellas, I would ask a lot of find out questions. If that's something that's uncomfortable to you and not part of your marital dynamic, I would be asking a lot of find out questions about these Journey into Manhood programs and cuddle parties and bear weekends where literally the men are bare in the campgrounds up in the mountains. These are all forms of infidelity that I just couldn't sit with. Absolutely wasn't part of my fabric.
And my understanding is, number one, there's this pseudoscience, social science justification. It's based on this idea that because you didn't have the proper parental upbringing, the right male role models, the right appropriate types of male bonding relationships, that you malformed into a gay adult Mormon somehow. and that if you're just able to have these journeys into manhood, these masculine experiences, healthy masculine touch, that somehow that can fix the malformation that occurred when you were younger. Is that the philosophy behind it?
Oh yeah, that's the philosophy of men mingled with scripture. Raise your hand if you believe it.
There's literally no science behind any of that.
Yeah.
As you know, as someone with a PhD in psychology that studied this, it's scientifically bankrupt.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, and it doesn't work. Yeah.
So, I mean, the honest answer to the whole North Star predicament is North Star is a soft landing. I went to their conference a couple of years ago, the last conference.
Wait. Is it fair to say that lots of hookups, and this is also what I've heard, is that places like North Star, so number one, it's giving people false hope. Number two, it sounds like a lot of this is clandestine, where the wives, in the case of gay men, don't know. So it's behind the backs of the wives. And then it is a form of infidelity. But then also this becomes the way that gay Mormon men end up forging relationships that oftentimes do turn in to full-on infidelity. Again, once you've started engaging in the practice of hiding things from your spouse, you just develop, unfaithful relationships with the people that you meet at North Star. Does that?
Yeah, and this is the
or journey into manhood.
Yeah,
hookups basically.
All of them. Do they happen? Absolutely. Are they as rampant as other communities? Probably not. I think I knew of plenty of sexual experiences that happened in tents at scout camp,
right,
or at young men, young women camps or activities. So even in a very religious, Mormonistic experience, do these types of relationships happen? Yes. And do hookups happen at these North Star events? I'm sure they do. I'm quite confident that they do. I think if you wanted to throw statistics down, I think a North Star would be a safer place than an affirmation in terms of those experiences, a hookup culture, and I'll get to that. Not that I'm shaming affirmation, because I'll get to the reasoning why when we wanted to discuss affirmation. But I just think that just the general foundation behind a North Star is that most of these people are still actively ingrained in their faith, and there's still a religious aspect of their experience. And so the bonds of matrimony, the experiences of chastity, the quest for virtue all still exist, even at most levels within North Star. There was something else I wanted to discuss the conference a couple of years ago with North Star. And I just want to talk about sustainability, because with this ultra religious experience comes the inability to maintain it for a very long time. And this is another way of answering your question. 2 years ago, North Star had its last in-person conference, and I was surprised at the statistic numbers that they gave. They said 60% of the people in the audience that we were sitting there in were first-timers, or 60% of the people in the audience were church members who were attending that conference. Of the 40% that remained in that conference, 80% of them were new visitors for the first time at North Star. So the 20% that was there, that is your STP, your same 10 people, the same person that becomes the Elders Quorum president, the young men's president, eventually the bishop, then the stake, the same 10 people in your ward that make the ward function. North Star has the same 10-person problem. The only core people that North Star has are the ones that have just been there forever. They just continue they don't cycle through. They just continue to fulfill different positions. Their attrition rate is through the roof. So they bring new people in, and those new people are not sustainable. Their model isn't there to sustain people for a very long time. Now, North Star, I've heard them argue at some points, that's to their credit. They bring people into their organization, they find the tools necessary, and then they leave. But they're not leaving. They're going to affirmation. They're finding other places that will sustain them and give them a healthier place to go. It is the principle of it's the animals who are foraging on the tops of the mountains, And when the snow falls, they just move down the mountain and they follow the food. When the food runs dry, the water is no longer clear at North Star, those people have to leave. And the majority of the people who are leaving North Star are the same ones who are leaving the church in this topic. It's the ones who are directly impacted by this topic. And it's not just the member who identifies as gay or transgender or lesbian or bisexual or pansexual that just picks up and leaves. You're getting brothers and sisters and mom and dad and cousins and aunts and uncles and other church leaders who are packing their bags and leaving as well, because this is not a sustainable space. And so North Star's greatest problem in its attrition is its messaging. It does not have the tools. As long as it has its horse connected to the wagon of Mormonism, North Star only can go so far. And when the real lived experiences outlive the wagon, people fall off of that wagon and they start walking to other locations.
But here's what's occurring to me. So you had the mission, marriage, and children thing, right? And it's clear that the only real, let's net it up to the most basic. We each have a certain amount of years in our life to live, right? And I'm not saying this is conscious from the church's perspective, but I have to think this is kind of how the subconscious math works. Every Mormon human has a certain amount of years that they can be living on the earth, serving the church, paying tithing to the church, committing their lives to the church, right? And it seems like the goal of the church is to maximize the number of years, to maximize the amount of time that every member gives to the church. And so they have to get people on that hamster wheel. And so for you got locked in as a youth because you're trying to not be gay and you're trying to stay super faithful. Then you once you awaken to your gayness, then you've got that Boyd K. Packer pamphlet that says mission, marriage, and children, not just child, but children. So you go from faithful youth to mission to marriage, not just to child, but to children. And then you reach the point where you realize, oh my gosh, this still isn't working. But the church has to keep a carrot there. They've got to keep you on that hamster wheel. Again, not intentionally, not consciously, but this is just subconsciously how it works. North Star becomes that next thing beyond mission, marriage, and children to keep you just a little longer. Its goal isn't to solve the problem. It never was. The brethren aren't thinking, oh, North Star, that's going to fix the problem. It's how do we keep Kyle for at least another year, another few years, keep the marriage going at least another few years, keep those kids being raised in the church at least another few years. It becomes part of the hamster wheel or whatever you called it.
Yeah, that whole merry-go-round, the rocking chair. The rocking chair,
right? Am I wrong? I don't mean to infuse a narrative that.
No, but as you were talking about that, I thought of what could a second motive be in terms of the church employing something like a North Star, and I think a lot of that comes back into a plausible deniability again. The church, we discussed this earlier, has a terrible track record in this space. They were pummeled by the Mark E. Peterson, Spencer W. Kimball, Ezra Taft Benson era of how they handled sexuality. Then they brought Oakes into the whole mix. Oakes oversaw the aversion therapy program, the shock therapy at BYU, which turned out to be disastrous in terms of a PR issue for the church. So I kind of wonder if another angle wasn't that they loved the idea of an evergreen or a North Star, because then they could always push that away and say, again, these are groups that are outside of the church that are doing these things. And anytime that there was a spoiled apple, they could always say, well, it was in that bushel. That's why. And just like in our own individual experiences, we often will judge or caliber our ability to overcome trials based on our faithfulness. And so it's easy for the church to say, well, clearly they missed a few steps. And that's that carrot that you keep talking about. And that's familiar territory for all of us. They continue to offer this carrot in advance of something new or better or greater to come. And I mean, isn't that the ninth article of faith? Though we believe that there will be more things revealed, that some of this stuff will go away because greater things are in the horizon. And we, as Mormons, cling to that kind of stuff because that's what we want. We want hope. We want, that's what faith is about. This idea that something greater is down the road. And unfortunately, we sell that at the risk of lives, and we sell that at the risk of marriages and families. And we tell somebody, but the celestial kingdom, the resurrection will fix this. And the only thing you need to do is hold to the rod and make your way through the mist of darkness, and bypass the people who scorn and mock you and try to teach you the false doctrines in the world, because at the end of the road is the tree of life. It's always a promise. And when you get to the end of the road and realize there's no tree of life, what do you have? You have years worth of shamed experiences and a feeling of failure. And so it's often in the mists of darkness and in the scorn of the people from the tall buildings that we find what life really is about. And if ever, turning Boyd K. Packer against Boyd K. Packer, his talk about candle in the darkness, sometimes we have to venture into the darkness a little bit to find that the way is lighted ahead. Boyd K. Packer's words, not mine. 100% in this space, sometimes it's important for us to journey into the darkness to find that the way is lighted ahead.
And I am just so excited to hear what comes next, but I just want to make that point that the casualty in all this is, I don't want to say wasted lives, but wasted time, and the damage to the individual of spending years or decades of a life grinding away at something that has no positive end or conclusion other than catastrophic failure, and then all the people that they bring along with it. And North Star just represents a continuation of that grind down to utter destruction, right?
100%. And I still don't see North Star at the end of the day as the group that solves this issue. It is still a soft landing. It is a place for people to fall out of Mormonism into this space. Ones who are ultra closeted, not understanding, twisted about by every wind of doctrine, like we talked about earlier. They're just shifted back and forth, tormented in Mormonism regarding this space. They can fall out of that a little bit and get into a basket, but that basket is not sustainable. And you're right, at the end of the day, how many people are we going to lose via suicide or separated families or marriages or dissonance or lack of opportunity, the bandwidth that we've discussed over and over again? How much of that, at some point, does the church say, okay, that's enough? Or how much are you, North Star, going to require of your members to get to the point where they either break or walk away? I think there's a metric in there, and I think North Star is well aware of where that metric is at. I think the church is well aware of where that metric is at. They can look at it and say, what is it going to take? We know that Kyle's lifespan is about this much in the church. What are we going to create to make sure Kyle gets to another re-up, another resubscribe? And is it a promise of exaltation? Is it another temple recommend? Is it a new calling? These are all familiar territories for us in Mormonism. And the church has become experts at it. Why are multi-level marketing businesses booming in Utah? We learn from the very best. Why is one of the fastest growing religions in America Mormonism? It's because of that very principle that you're talking about now. And it's not sustainable and it's not healthy. Because at the end of the day, you may win your free trip to Hawaii based on the number of solar panels that you're going to sell or alarm systems, but that doesn't work in our real lived experiences. There are no solar panels at the end of this, or trips to Hawaii at the end of this version of our experience. The joy is right here in the journey, I think, and navigating this in a more healthy way, being open, honest, and unfolding this in a more authentic way, which is where we find that trip to Hawaii. That's where we find the benefit.
And I'll just say, I've been hard on Ty Mansfield and Jeff Bennion and others in the past, and Dave
Matheson.
Dave Matheson?
Yeah, David Matheson.
Dave Matheson.
We were right the first time.
I've been hard on Ty Mansfield. I've been hard on Dave Matheson. I was frustrated with Josh Weed and Lolly Weed before they, it all unraveled for them. But the blame isn't with them. It's just like with Quentin Cook, a correlation. Like the blame lies with the Quorum of the 12, with the First Presidency. They're the ones that empower all of this. They're the ones that enable all this. Just like Ty Mansfield learned to structure North Star in a way to have plausible deniability and an arm's length ability to have these secret programs that, by all intents and purposes, are full-on emotional infidelity. The Mormon Church is using North Star as a way to keep people on the hamster wheel as long as possible. And North Star is literally the church's ability to keep something in an arm's length, to have plausible deniability, but the power starts at the head.
Yeah.
And so Ty Mansfield, Dave Matheson, all those other folks are just, I don't want to say victims because they're complicit and they're adults, but the power, the responsibility is at the head, right?
Yeah, I'm not arguing that. I do think, though, baked into that whole experience is the church's ability to. The fact, I think there's more to this, that when you say arm's length transaction, the church doesn't want, the church is okay and completely comfortable in letting a North Star be the sacrificial lamb. And I think that is the greatest part of this whole discussion, that the church sacrificed Evergreen. The church will sacrifice North Star, and this process will happen. There will be another North Star that comes up again, and the church will sacrifice that.
There'll always be the new awakening.
100%.
Yeah.
And that is not, all we have to do is look at the church's history.
Yeah.
We just look at the history of it, and the church has continued to, I'll just say all the way back into 1879, when George Q. Cannon sits with the saints and says, the only way to deal, 1897 in this example, the only way to, from the General Conference pulpit in Salt Lake City, the only way to deal with the homosexuals or the gays or the buggers, sodomites in Zion is, if you are faithful enough, Latter-day Saints, if you are faithful enough, God will murder them and remove them from Zion. And when God didn't murder the gays, who was to blame? You needed to do better, Mormons. You needed to do better. In April 9th of 2019, when the church says we are rescinding the November 2015 policy, we are tired of our members causing contention and disharmony around this topic. We had to pull it away for the health and benefit of all of us. Members, you didn't do a good job. You weren't faithful enough. You were too contentious against the LGBTQ community. Because of that, we had to pull this away.
And I'm working on a series about high demand religions and undue influence and just the behaviors of unhealthy organizations. And this is one of 31 techniques that Luna Lindsay Corbden has identified in high demand religions or cults, and it's called blame reversal. The organization can do no wrong, and whenever the organization's prophecies don't become fulfilled, it's always the members' fault.
We see it. Yeah. And so again, Evergreen was a sacrificial lamb, North Star will become a sacrificial lamb, and individuals have become sacrificial lambs also. Like there have been certain individuals within this space who speak out. And because they speak out, because we have allies in this community, they're demoted and they're denigrated and they are sent out to pasture, either by emeritus authority or excommunication or complete ostracization. Yeah. And that is what we have to look forward to in this space until the ship looks exactly as straight, heterosexual, as colorful or non-colorful as the church.
And I just have to do a quick shout out. There was an amazing blog post, Facebook post that my friend Gerardo pointed me to. Is it Nathan Kitchen, who talked about kind of the four waves of the Gay Mormon experience or something like that. One of the most profound, well-written, important Facebook posts I've ever read that kind of talks about these different phases that we've just described.
Yeah, it encapsulates all these experiences, and is in a very relatable sense. Not only, and it was written well enough that it wasn't just designed to the queer Latter-day Saint, but also anyone in the periphery who pays attention to this space can see how this unfolds and how this is impacting our experience.
But then the other thing that I want to make sure and mention is the thing that I mentioned at the beginning, your document on the record, a chronology of LGBTQ plus messaging. Like, I'm grateful for how many post-Mormons care about the LGBTQ experience and become allies. And there's a lot of them. There's also a lot of them who just don't care, and they've got their own things to worry about. And this is not my battle, not my circus or whatever they'll say. And they just kind of ignore it. A lot of progressive and post-Mormons, and of course, Orthodox Mormons. But if you ever wanted just the ultimate case study in a lack of the church's doctrines changing, the church's theology in evolution, but most importantly, a clear demonstration of the lack of inspired leadership, you read this document on the record, a chronology of LGBTQ plus messaging, and you see how heinous it starts out, and then where it is now, and how many iterations and reboots and refreshes there's been. I don't know of a better example of the lack of inspiration amongst church leadership, especially when you consider the carnage that collects and the collateral damage. It's not just Kyle. It's not just Kyle's wife. It's not just Kyle's children. It's tens or hundreds of thousands of husbands, wives, and children, and for 100+ years. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. And I created the On the Record for that reason. I genuinely wanted this to go away. I did everything in my power to want to be straight and want to. Who wakes up? I mean, this is a tough topic. Who wakes up in the morning saying, you know what? I think being gay is what I want to be. I think I want to be a female. Society loves it. There's no ridicule. It's fashionable.
It's hip.
I mean, I would never be fired for who I am at my job. I would never be, I mean, the idea of
beaten or harassed.
Yeah, or losing a home or economic opportunity. I think this is something that I want to pursue. Nobody does that. At least I've not yet met anybody that does that. I've met case studies and people to the contrary who did everything in their power to be as normal, air quote, normal as possible, who are just genuinely decent, good people who only want to get up in the morning, do good in life and move on. And I wanted to genuinely be that person. I wanted to be the person who could be happy in his own skin and to be authentic and open about who and what I was. And because I wasn't finding that in all of the spaces that I ventured into, I felt like I did everything. And I even went through that cycle of feeling like, well, I did everything, but did I do everything perfect enough? And once I finally overcame that mental hurdle, feeling like there is room in the atonement for my mistakes and my shortcomings, so therefore I have to lay all this on the cross and
altar. Put
this on the altar. Once I got even through that scenario, and then I started going through all these subgroups like North Star and the Evergreen stuff, the spillover from Evergreen, I realized like there is no changing this. And I have to be authentic on my own. And if there's no changing this, how did we get to this point where people like me were led all the way down this path with false hope? And that's why I did On the Record. I wanted to understand the chronology from start to finish. What has the church said on this topic? Where have they? What were the very first opportunities for them to come in and invade this space? And where did the messaging become wrong? Because over the years, I've been able to speak with bishops and stake presidents and general authorities on this topic, and all of them can't side. So many of them will never, ever, ever make concessions in this space based on religious doctrine. Almost all of them make concessions on this space personally. Why are we in that position? Why are we using archaic, traditional doctrine to govern how we personally treat people? When I can meet someone and by getting to know them, realize how good they are, why does that take a back seat to what somebody, a Brigham Young, a George Q. Cannon, a Spencer Kimball told us to believe about this topic?
30, 40 years ago.
It makes no sense. Likewise, bishops, stake presidents, when you're counseling your LGBT members about what to expect and experience in this space, don't for a second tell me what it's like on the other side of the aisle, having no experience on that side of the aisle. You do not understand what it's like to be gay. I don't understand what it's like to be straight. We're on two totally different paths here. I tried to be straight.
Yeah.
Are you willing to try to be gay to understand my experience? I've yet to see I did this. This is another tangent. I did this exercise in Nevada with a stake presidency that I was kind of sharing this message with, trying to get them to teach a Fifth Sunday fireside in their stakes. And they kept getting over the fact that why aren't mixed orientation marriages more of an option? And so I asked the stake president and one of his counselors, I'm guessing it was his second counselor. So we're in the high council room with a couple of the high counselors and the stake president and his two counselors. So I asked the stake president to stand up, and he moved over to the side. Then I asked one of his counselors to stand up, and I said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to discuss mixed orientation marriages and how they work. I said, I want you to grab the hand of your counselor, and then as soon as you grab the hand, I want you to and I couldn't even say the word affectionately. The disdain, the dissonance, the uncomfortable nature of that stake president, he wouldn't even hold the hand of his counselor because he knew where I was going with it. And the fact that I was going to relate hand-holding with an experience that might feel sexual or romantic, he wanted nothing to do with it. Had he been in a situation where they were praying together or blessing somebody's sick child, his hands would have touched his counselor's hands in a second because that was non-sexual. And so what they have done is they've tried to take a topic, mixed orientation marriage, and pull the sexuality side out, pull the connection out of it. That's what the church has done so effectively. They've said, as friends, as acquaintances, as partners, enter into these mixed orientation marriages. But what they won't talk about, which is remarkable because the church always wants to talk about sex, but they want to pull the romantic part of that relationship out. I couldn't get that stake president to hold the hand of his counselor. Not for $1 million would he do it, because when I told him it was like look at him, hold him with feelings of affection in a romantic experience, the stake president couldn't do it. And that's exactly what we get through in mixed orientation marriages.
Gay men to do.
100%. That's what we're asking gay men and women to do, is to enter into mixed orientation marriages where their experiences are not congruent with how they were designed. And the church this is not new. This is not new territory for the church. This is something they've done over and over and over again. But it's back to the real lived experiences. When you start understanding the real lived experiences of people who are navigating this space, we start making some progress. And I know listeners who are listening to this episode right now will shake their heads saying, that happened to me. 2015, that happened to me when I realized this church was treating my nephew or my niece or my son or my daughter this way. They're not the people that the church has purported them to be. They're not repugnant. They're not perverted. They're not maladies. They're not diseased. They're not murderers or akin to murderers, all the descriptors that Spencer Kimball said about gay people. When we get to know people and understand them in personal experiences, our heart changes and our whole experience. I saw this with Governor Cox a few weeks ago and speaking about the transgender bills that were on Capitol Hill. And he said, legislators, we have to stop this. And he met a young man. And he talked about meeting the experience of this young man who was transgender. And he said, something inside of me changed. I know that young man. That young man is an incredible young man who was once born into a female body, who has transitioned into a successful, vibrant human being. And Governor Cox, the governor of Utah, was able to meet him and be able to shake his hand and get to know his story better. And just one experience saved that transgender bill from being passed in the state legislature because the governor said, we can't do it. We have to get to know these people. In 2017, Elder Ballard did the same thing. He said, as a church, you're doing a terrible job. As Mormons, he said, we are not doing good in getting and listening to and understanding the experiences of the LGBTQ community. We must do better. When he says we must do better, it means we're not doing good. And as Latter-day Saints, you have to do a better job at getting to the place where you're okay listening to the experiences of the LGBTQ community. Because if you don't, the only sound that you will hear are feet leaving those chapels, one at a time, families at a time, as they exit the chapels, never to return again. And that's what Mormonism has to look forward to in this space.
Yeah.
It's tough.